Well, it's been a long time since we've seen a house so packed. I'm so glad that everybody came to see this swearing in of Scotty Celine tonight. Well, welcome everybody. This call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. Please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional First People of Sitka. With gratitude, we proceed on Tlingit Ani. Sarah, roll call, please.
Mayor Eisenbeis.
Present.
Mr. Mosher.
Here.
Mr. Pike.
Here.
Mr. Yestad.
Here.
Mr. Christensen.
Here.
Ms. Carlson. Here. And Mr. Celine.
Here. Thank you. Any correspondence or agenda changes this evening? Seeing none, that would bring us to ceremonial matters. I do have a proclamation tonight for Indigenous Peoples Day. If there are representatives of the planning group after the proclamation reading, if you could step forward and you will have an opportunity to speak about your event if you wish. A proclamation reaffirming Indigenous Peoples Day. Whereas the City and Borough of Sitka recognizes the Indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial. And whereas the City and Borough of Sitka recognizes the fact that Sitka is built upon the homelands and villages of the Tlingit people, who have occupied this land they called Shitka since time immemorial, and without whom the building of the city would not have been possible. And whereas the City and Borough of Sitka values the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous people's knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and deep cultural contribution that has substantially shaped the character of the City and Borough of Sitka. And whereas in 2017 and 2022, the Assembly of the City and Borough passed resolutions 2017 -20 and 2022-27, declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day, and this assembly desires to continue those commitments. Now, therefore, the Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka does hereby proclaim the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day, firmly commits to continue its efforts to promote the well-being and growth of Sitka's Alaska Native, American Indian, and Indigenous community, and encourages other businesses, organizations, and public institutions to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. Signed and sealed today by myself and the city clerk. So if we have representatives, if they could come forward. Did no one make it in from the planning group for Indigenous Peoples Day? Well, we were supposed to. If they do come up later, we will we'll take another opportunity to pass on the proclamation. All right, moving on to special reports. Tonight we do have two scheduled special reports. First, we will get an update on the Sitka Police Department by Chief Robert Beatty.
Good evening, Assembly. I have passed out some information on our structure and also our current budget. We're well within our budget estimations for this particular time of the year. I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the overview of the department and then answer any questions that you might all have. But in sticking with the normal format for these reports, I wanted to talk about our personnel first. We have currently we have 4 jail positions open. The good news is just this week we did receive 1 local applicant who's interested in jail officer position. Our dispatch positions is 4 positions down. Unfortunately, that bounces back and forth with training people and whether or not they pass the rigorous training. It's actually about a 3-month process in which a person gets progressive duties to the point where they're able to take a call and dispatch and handle emergency calls without any interaction from someone else. But we are 4 positions down on that. Again, good news is we do have 1 person who's shown interest recently, earlier this week. We are looking at having them come in for testing on the 21st, and if they pass that written test, then it's likely a job offer will be given. Patrol, we're currently 5 positions down. That's actually a difference from last report that I did. We only had 9 sworn. Now we currently have 11. Those numbers are, I guess, admittedly skewed because we have temp officers filling positions. The temp officers are or have given long-term commitments for a year out. So that gives us a breathing room. The nice thing about the temps are they're all experienced officers that have been able to step right in. And as I'm sure most of the assembly knows, have returned back to Sitka to work for us. So that's good news. And in a little bit, I'll talk about recruiting and we'll talk about how that can play out into some better news for us. Unfortunately, the officers that we had hired several months ago didn't pan out. They passed through their backgrounds and actually 2 of them actually made to the academy, but unfortunately decided that wasn't the lifestyle they liked. So we lost 3 of those right off the bat, and that put us in a position where instead of gaining, we're just kind of maintaining. Currently we have the animal control positions filled, and the IT specialist is filled as well. So as far as recruitment and training, we've as you all know, we took an active role in recruiting at the beginning of the year. got some really good numbers, good results on getting people interested, looking at our webpage and actually applying. Unfortunately, the long term, you can never know who has the fortitude to stick it out, but that did produce results for us. We are initiating a very vigorous recruiting program right now. I've shifted focus just because of the applications I've been seeing. I've shifted focus on this particular recruiting campaign towards lateral police officers as well. We've gotten probably about a half dozen who've applied without us doing this special recruitment, but seeing those numbers initially has kind of inspired me to try to focus on just lateral so we can get people again in, hit the ground, if not running, at least jogging. Currently, just for as far as numbers go, we have about 50 people who've submitted initial applications. Out of that 57, we have 27 that have actually went to a particular website that we direct them to, which assists us with background information. So it's a place where the applicants actually input all of their, whether it be references, their living, their relations, that type of stuff. And it helps us out tremendously with sorting through these vast amounts of applicants we get. So we're really looking forward to that. And I've actually got a current program going right now where we're encouraging people to apply now and be hired by December 1st. And what that does for us, it allows us to get them into the academy by December 3rd, which is a lateral academy. It teaches them Alaska state laws, and they'll be able to be fully trained by mid-December. As far as projects go, as you know, the whole city has been working on archiving paperwork. We've managed to go through 40 years of boxes of reports and whatnot. We're down to 2 boxes. We should be done with those within a week. As far as, and what that entailed was basically a person scanning reports, determining which ones were worth saving, which ones were worth, that we could dispose of, and scanning them into our computer system. So that's been ongoing for several months, and we see the light at the end of the tunnel right now. As far as statistics go, the number of calls years to date, we've had 10,661 calls for service. And out of that, we've generated 459 reports. And as you all may recall, the difference between a call for service is someone calls, they might have a general request or a need that they fill as far, and then if it's a great enough need, then that generates a report that we write. That could be a criminal report, that could be a civil type report, such as maybe for a collision report, that type of stuff. So anything that needs to be documented. So quite a few numbers for where we're at right now, but the staff's doing a great job and providing services to the community. If you all have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Thanks for the update on the department. Questions for the chief at this time? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. That'll bring us to our second scheduled report this evening, an update on energy planning projects from our sustainability coordinator, Bree Gabriel.
Good evening, Assembly. I am going to try and share my screen.
Well, you shared your voice.
Testing. One more test. There we go. We got it. All right. I am going to just stand up because I speak a little bit better in public standing up. Thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Bree Gabriel, apparently. Bree Gable.
I noticed that as soon as I said that. My apologies.
It's all good. Anyways.
Pronounce my name.
So the Z at the end of it. Anyways, Bree Gable here, Sustainability Coordinator. Wanted to give you a couple updates on some planning projects that I'm working on with the electric department. Oh, come on, technology. There we go. All right, here is a quick overview of our electric system in its most simplest form, which is just a long skinny line. Because in Sitka, we are an islanded microgrid, which means we're not connected to any other power system. Any power produced in Sitka stays in Sitka. And in the case of Sitka, we have two hydroelectric projects. We have Blue Lake and we have Green Lake on one end of town. And most of the transmission and distribution and consumption happens on the other end of town. And this is a pretty unique layout. In addition to being a municipally owned utility, there are very few 100% or 99.999 something percent renewable electric systems in this particular ownership. And so we have a really unique, special little system here. And a question I get all the time is how much electricity can Sitka generate? I hate being a bummer, but my answer is always, it depends. There we go. And the reason for that is our ability to generate power is really closely linked to rainfall. And there is not an equation that says an inch of rain equals this many megawatt hours, but there are some general assumptions here. So this graph here is the last 9 or so years since the Blue Lake Dam was raised of, in theory, with a lot of big assumptions, how many gigawatt hours we could have produced. And the thing I want you to take away from this is that that number is not consistent. A better question is, how much electricity did Sitka use? So what I've done is I've taken that last 9 or so years, added a dark blue line, and made a percentage of roughly what it looks like. And typically, Sitka uses about 70% of its potential generation. And if you are eagle-eyed, you might notice that the blue line has a slight upward trend to it towards that first little squiggly low water min-year line. Let's look a little closer. Another question I get a lot of is how much electricity does Sitka need? So this here is that same graph without the potential with a average of our year-over-year load growth. And on average, it's about 2%. That doesn't sound like a lot in terms of electrical generation. That's a lot. And some years it gets as high as 4. Sometimes it doesn't really go anywhere. But if we are to take that 2% and stretch it out, 2 to 5-ish years, it starts to look a little bit yellow because that pushes us into this area of uncertainty. So that low water year, that minimum capacity is the absolute minimum we could ever generate. As we move closer and closer up towards our average and into our high, that level of uncertainty increases. And so when I say how much energy or electricity does Sitka need, it really kind of depends on how much we want, because that alone can answer a lot of different questions. So with this kind of scary graph in the back of our mind, the next question I like to ask people is what do we do? Because the future is a big, scary place, and the further out we look, the more options we have, but also that level of uncertainty increases. So I have very, very broadly illustrated 3 potential pathways. One of them is we do absolutely nothing. We let that 2% go up and we do nothing to try and change the trajectory of anything. This is a worst case scenario. And in this, we are probably going to run into that area of uncertainty the fastest, which means we probably need to start mixing our hydro and diesel, because in addition to our 2 hydroelectric systems, we do have those diesel generators that we can use, but they are expensive and they are dirty. Our other option is to reactively build out renewable resources. This has a tendency to spiral in cost pretty quickly. And if we don't know how much power we need, we could find ourselves repeating the same project over and over and over again, or dramatically overbuilding like we've done in the past with hydroelectricity, which is not necessarily a bad thing. We can do something. There it is. And if we ask ourselves the questions, if we start trying to think of things we can do, which is something, which is asking ourselves, instead of generating more, can we use less? How much energy do we need? And what are our options beyond just hydro and diesel? Ideally, that need for additional generation gets pushed back, which opens up our options. So the mix of diesel and hydro is always going to be on the table, but this might also mean that we have a better chance to start planning scaled, proactive renewable generation sources. But this energy landscape is changing so fast that it's always possible that something entirely different comes up. And if we're feeling really ambitious, we can do a lot. So instead of generating more, can we use less? How much energy do we need? And how much energy do we want? Do we like having that 30% extra? Or are we more comfortable with something else? Out of our options, what are our best to suit our wants and our needs? Because again, as an islanded microgrid in a municipally owned utility, we have a lot more choice in what that looks like. The big one here is, can we better manage what we've already have? Sitka has invested a lot into its hydroelectric capacity. There are always efficiencies being made, and there's always opportunity to try and get a little bit more out of existing infrastructure. So the intent of this slide is to really show that if we take a pause and answer some really critical questions that are not easy questions to ask, we can give ourselves some options and some time as well. Well, great news, we are doing something. We have options. In 2021, the electric department worked with the Energy Transitions Initiative Partnership Project. And even though I've said that 100,000 times, I still fumble it half the time. But this ETIP project really high level showed that, great news, Sitka, you have a lot of options. It's a little overwhelming how many options we really have. But that doesn't really help us if we don't know how much we want and how much we need. Even better news, we're actually doing a lot. So in addition to that ETIP project, and another ETIP project, what I'll get to in a moment, is Sitka is working through the Clean Energy to Communities project with the Department of Energy Pacific Northwest National Labs and the National Renewable Energy Labs. Lots of acronyms in the federal government space. And this is a 3-year-long project. And basically what I did was I said, we need to start making it clear that renewable does not necessarily equal sustainable. So I took the 3 pillars of sustainability, which is environment, economy, and equity, and wrote some very large overarching goals and said, hey, very smart people at the federal labs, how do we fix some of these things with these big umbrellas? And this is kind of what we came up with. So to help us establish operational and infrastructure changes to maximize the efficiency of existing renewable energy sources, first task really needs to be is kind of a more coherent and succinct way to say that. But a hydropower analysis, right? As we continue to rely heavier on our hydroelectric systems, it's really important that we have the ability to better manage the resources that we have, as well as get a better understanding of what those resources might look like in a dramatically different future. And so what this part of the project is going to hopefully do is help us install some sensors, start building us some monitoring systems that we can actually start keeping track of our rainfall in real detail, and just better data management from an ecological side. On the infrastructure side, having 2 fantastic hydroelectric dams doesn't really do you much good if your transmission and distribution system can't keep up. And that is another big vulnerability. I'm sure I don't have to explain some of the poles that are looking a little bit wonky and the lines that are going over mountain passes here in Sitka. But ultimately, those are very vulnerable to things that can unexpectedly and sometimes very severely impact our ability to deliver our renewable energy, which means we'll probably have to default to diesel if we don't start figuring out ways to mitigate some of that. And so the team came up with this, a risk assessment, so a very detailed documentation of our system and helping us put together some mitigation strategies, short lists for priorities of areas of high vulnerability, as well as this microgrid assessment. This is something that is a little bit newer in the energy space. It's something that I find very exciting. Essentially, a microgrid assessment is a highly detailed mathematical model of our electric system in a computer that we can say, so what happens if a tree falls here? And it can calculate what would happen. Where would the power go out? Okay, let's say we don't get to that tree for 2 days. How long is that going to cost? Or how much is that going to cost versus if we get to it immediately? It can tell us that. Using the power of some very, very impressive technology, we can essentially stress test our system without having to make large investments into our infrastructure and hoping it works out. So it's not a physical model. I've had a couple people ask me if they can see the microgrid model. It's all in a computer, but it is going to be a very powerful tool that we can use to make some very informed decisions. And finally, that workforce capacity to support renewable energy production. We hear it a lot. Workforce is a challenge across CBS. It's a challenge across the country. It's no different in electric. It's no different in renewable energy, especially. And so if we want our dams to continue to deliver that renewable energy that we've all loved so much over all of this long time, we need to start figuring out how to make sure we get those positions filled sooner than later. And a lot of that starts with getting kids excited about the investments their parents made into this infrastructure. And so it's kind of a threefold piece. We want to make sure that we are documenting the skills and experiences of the current electric staff who are very knowledgeable, as well as starting to build some interest and capacity in students throughout the K through 12 system. And ideally, we see an internship program, right? Starting to get some kids with some experience and saying, hey, if you like this, here's where you can go get some education or some training. There's going to be a job for you back here in Sitka at a place that you love and that you grew up on some really cool equipment that is very unique across the country. So C2C is very generation focused management. You might be wondering, shouldn't doing a lot also include the community? It does. We are currently doing a second round of ETIP, and this time we're calling it the SCRESS, just to make it a little bit clearer. The Sitka Community Renewable Energy Strategy is an ongoing project where we are trying to help the community have some of these conversations to help us figure out what we want our energy future to look like so we can start guiding ourselves and building a roadmap to help us make sure that the reality of that is as high as possible. So we can't predict the future, but we can perhaps say what we want. And so as this space continues to rapidly evolve, we can be prepared for that and be ready to act on it when we are ready. So I mentioned Sitka's energy future way at the beginning in this title. And the way I see it is that is very much where these two projects overlap, where the community is defining that vision through the SCRESS, the C2C is helping the staff sustain that vision. And Sitka's future, like I said, is right where those two projects meet. And if we zoom in, it looks like this. It looks like those three pillars of sustainability with that community aspect really holding them all together. And that's kind of what we can do in Sitka as our unique little island town with this 100% renewable energy. And it is something that it's going to take a lot of work, and it has been a lot of work. And it's really easy to think about energy in terms of kilowatt hours and dollar signs and return on investments and all the wonderful economy stuff that goes behind the scenes. But I would like to end on saying this is what it really looks like. When we're talking about energy, we're talking about people, because energy is personal. And it means having experts come out and talk to people. It means getting kids excited about the grids that their parents built that are going to continue to power their homes, ideally in the future. So it is an ongoing effort. And like I mentioned before, a lot of it is learning. And as part of this, to help people get ready to feel like they are comfortable and engaging in some of these conversations, the technical team at these labs has put together a series of webinars, some radio shows. We are putting together a website, which is cityofsitka.com/SCRES or SCRESS, where we're putting a lot of this information on there. And all of this is really to build up for this winter 2025, where we're going to start having some workshops where we can actually have some of these conversations in a public setting. So thank you so much for listening. Any questions about any of this stuff, you're always welcome to contact me, Bree.Gable, not Gabriel, at cityofsitka.org. Thank you so much, Assembly.
I'll never live that one down, will I? Thank you for that report. Entertaining and good information in the report at the same time. So we appreciate that. Any questions for Bree. Scott?
Yeah, I got a few questions. That 70%, is that winter or summer?
That's a good question.
How
That-
So
So that 70%, it is higher in the winter, you are right. But we do not track, I have not found the data to piece out rainfall by month, but that is an infographic that I'm trying to work on, is actually piecing it out a little bit more nuanced than year by year.
So your microgrid model, can you enter into that, like the penstock being line and increasing the CFS to 800, which what the guess would be? Can you enter that into your,
Yeah, that's what it's for.
have you done it?
Nope, because we're building it. We haven't gotten that far.
You're building the microgrid model?
Yes.
I see.
So a lot of that risk assessment information is going to be used to inform the microgrid model. It's all data-based. So a lot of this project is data collection with the intent of building that microgrid.
How come you don't mention the fish valve, the campground turbine?
The fish valve is definitely part of it. It is easy to get lost and overwhelmed in a lot of this. So I do try to make it as simple as I can when presenting to an audience like this. But knowing that the fish valve is an important piece of equipment, it is something that is on the radar of the technical team and will be included in a lot of these more technical reports that will be coming out of this.
Can you put a side scan sonar into the dam and see what's on the bottom there?
I mean, you could.
Do you want to? I guess I'm kind of, like if you're trying to present everything to the community, I think you're missing a bunch right now where people are desperate for trying to sponge information. And, that with FERC saying now that they're backing us up on not looking at the pen stock, and I wanted to learn more.
Sure. And if you want to learn more, cityofsitka.com/SERES, or we can talk more later, because you are 100% right that there is a lot of information and nuance that is missing in this presentation. That tends to happen when you only have 9 to 10 minutes to speak. But these are all questions that I want to hear and that I want to pass on to the technical team, because ultimately, we will be getting a lot more detail out of this. This is a very high-level overview of what we're hoping to accomplish. A lot of what you've brought up is probably going to be subtasks within some of these larger projects. So it's not that it doesn't have a spot. It's just that if that is something that you want prioritized, I can communicate that, and the technical team can say, okay, I think it fits here. Thank you.
Yeah, Tor?
Yeah, I have a question. So when we were talking about rainfall and how much, you went back since we raised the dam. And I'm thinking that a couple of years before we did that, we had a couple of events happen. Was very dry. I remember flying over Blue Lake and you could see land we'd never seen before, or at least not in my lifetime. And we were asking people I remember, to not use so much hot water, because they were saying that uses a lot of water. So it's interesting. I guess I would like to see a little bit the difference between since we raised the dam. And it also brings me back, and I'm not sure which year it was, where Ketchikan had to shut down some of their turbines because it was so low. And I kind of feel like we get a little bit of a hard time about raising the dam. We didn't have to do that because we had the reserves because we had raised the dam. It probably was 2018 or 19, but anyway, so I guess maybe it's in the data you show online that going back farther, 20 years or 30 years to see what the power usage has been compared to the rainfall and the like.
Yeah, so the challenge with rainfall and energy usage is, like I said before, there's not a clear equation. It's also extra challenging when you look at specifically the Valley, Blue Lake and Green Lake you're in. They are technically microclimates, which means they actually get different amounts of rain. Because we don't have any sensors up there, we don't have that level of detail. So we can take some level of information of what we could produce and what we were producing, Historical data is something that has been a particular challenge to find, just between having to go through sometimes old physical records and finding some handwritten numbers in this particular case. But looking back farther, part of this, we are doing a history of energy in Sitka and electricity in Sitka, and we are putting together a little bit more detail about our energy history basically for the past 100 years. So it's all there. It's all just a matter of how much time I have to put it onto the website, which is obviously a lot of work. So I appreciate a little bit of patience that has come with this, because this has already been going on for a year, believe it or not. But all of these questions are great. And these are all things that the technical team and myself really want to hear, because these are the kinds of things that we want to start incorporating into some of these early pieces of the project, so it gets taken care of throughout the entire 3-year project.
Tor, did you have anything else here? Okay. Kevin?
Well, Bree, thank you. I wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation. I think you did an amazing job. And just to clarify for those maybe listening or here or in this room, when you say technical team, you're referring to a federal grant that we got that gives us basically free labor by technical experts in the field to accomplish this, right?
Yes. So that technical team is a group of professionals from the Pacific Northwest National Renewable Lab, or something, those words jumbled together, that are helping us do some of this work.
Yeah.
Because Sitka is such a unique place in that we are 100% renewable and we have 2 hydroelectric dams, there's a lot that can be learned from how do you manage 2 hydroelectric dams when you have no other power source besides diesel. So they have just as much of an interest in seeing this project succeed as we do, because ultimately, if our future is going to be renewable as a country, it's going to require a mix of different skills and different sources that is going to take a lot of work to manage strategically. And so not only do we get the benefit of having support in a lot of this work and doing some things that, quite frankly, we probably wouldn't be able to do otherwise just based on our scale and location, we also get to say that we could contribute to our national energy future in a cool way.
Absolutely. And this, I'm on the currently on the Sustainability Commission as a liaison, and I can just say that they work extremely hard, Bree and the commissioners, and as well as the technical team. I see this as all basically simplified a big data gathering on how to use what we have better, and then know if we decide as a community to try to expand our energy capacity, how do we do that? And other than just saying, well, you know, wind sounds like a neat idea, let's just go for it. This is a very methodical, scientific thought process. And I encourage people to go to the website and learn all you can and get involved with the workshops and stuff that it's going to be coming up. Thank you, Bree, very much.
Anything else for Bree? Thank you. Appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
Moving on this evening in special reports, is there anyone here for government to government? Municipal boards, commissions, committees? Municipal departments? John, I understand we may have Amy to give an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. Amy Ainsley, Acting Public Works Director. Just wanted to very briefly let you know that the money that you dedicated into this year's budget to fix potholes is actively being used. So we definitely took very seriously the responsibility that you gave to us through the budget this year of, you know, really investing a large amount of money into trying to get after some of our street repairs. And so those are actively underway right now. We have a website, it's cityofsitka.com/road repairs. And it has a complete list of all of the streets that we are addressing. We are trying to keep that updated day to day to give folks notice. But I will say that has been really challenging. So part of the task of efficiently using the funding that we have is essentially kind of using the time that we have from our contractors to do that and allowing them to operate flexibly, balancing with their other project loads. And we also did it towards the end of the construction season, again, for cost considerations to get as much done, but that also kind of squeezes us a little bit on weather windows too. So we are also trying to, when we go to neighborhoods, put door hangers on and notify residents and stuff. And so we very, very much appreciate the community's patience and understanding, but we hope that everyone will be very happy to see some of the improvements on their roads here in Sitka. So that should be continuing through this week and then potentially a little early part of next week. But again, very much appreciate the prioritization from the Assembly on this year, and I'm sure it will also be appreciated by residents more so maybe when it's over than right now while we're doing it. But that's everything I had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else here this evening from municipal departments? Anyone from the school district? And students and guests for special reports. Though that'll bring us to persons to be heard this evening. This is public participation for any item off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Magandang gabi po. Good evening, esteemed members of the Sitka City Assembly and all of our fellow Sitkans listening in. My name is Julia Nabwa, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Sitka High School Barcadas Club, a culture club for Filipinos and allies. Here with me, I have Miss Rogers, our school principal, and I also have some members of the Barcadas here. I have Melody, Desi, Rex, and my mom, and me. I want to take this moment to invite all of you to our upcoming 2024 Salo Salo celebration, where we will honor Filipino American History Month. This event will not only celebrate the rich culture and contributions of the Filipino American community, but also foster a spirit of unity and understanding among all of us. The Salo Salo celebration will take place on Saturday, October 26th at the Blatchley Middle School MPR from 2 to 4 p.m. We have an exciting lineup of activities planned, including traditional food, a cultural dance performance, a panel of Filipino speakers, and a fundraising auction benefiting the Tulong Aral Scholarship. This is a wonderful opportunity to learn more about Filipino history and the contributions of our Filipino community in Sitka, and to simply spend time with one another in a joyful space for all ages. I encourage each of you to join us and help spread the word. Let's come together as a community to honor our diverse backgrounds and shared history. Your presence will make this celebration even more special. Salamat po. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I have come as a former mayoral.
If you could state your name for the record.
Leah
please.
Mason.
Thank you.
As a former mayoral candidate, I wanted to thank all those who ran and all those who voted. And special thanks to those who put their faith in me. I was honored by your trust and your choice to take an active role in our community life. I would also like to say congratulations to the successful incoming new members of the Assembly. I hope that the commitments you've made to staying to your particular courses come with a willingness and capacity to recognize when change is happening and when other approaches may offer greater benefit to more people. I will continue to do the community work that I do and will be updating you periodically on those things that matter to people who see substantial challenges to business as usual coming within the time of your terms. And I think we've just heard a little bit about that. Secondly, I'd like to ask that amongst the many important things that the city and the Assembly are working on, we prioritize filling the role of Public Works Director. It has been quite some time since the community has had the undivided attention of our Planning and Community Development Director, and I understand that it's tempting to give tasks to the very competent people you have around you, but there are also issues and processes that fall behind when talented individuals are seconded for long periods to other projects. Finally, I would like to thank all those who searched tirelessly for David Jackson and the community members who brought food and other support to help them do that work. So many of the crises that we face now show us that we are all needed in some way when an emergency occurs. And the resources of our professionals can be amplified by harnessing the goodwill and the resources of our wider community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, staff, and public, my name is Eric Jordan. I'm a longtime Sitka resident. And a couple of sides first. I really enjoyed the presentation by the Filipino community. I played basketball for the Filipino community in Juneau, and my wedding reception in Juneau was held at the Filipino Community Hall. And the Filipino community is such a wonderful addition to our multicultural community. The other thing I want to say is I'm a climate change activist, but what I've done personally, I think has bearing for all of you. We have converted to two electric Leafs, and we've converted to heat pumps and recently upgraded our heat pump system. And it saves us so much money in vehicle maintenance. We bought 2 used Leafs for a total of $19,000. And it's just saved us so much in vehicle maintenance and fuel costs. It's just amazing. Plus the heat pumps, we can heat individual rooms in our house with the heat pumps, which means we don't have to heat the whole house. And the maintenance compared to diesel is just furnace systems, baseboard heat is just amazing. Plus, we found out about electric mattress pads. So all we have to heat in the evening is our own bed. We keep the house at about 58 degrees or so and are toasty in our own bed. These are things everybody can do to conserve energy. But as people wake up to that, folks, we're going to be converting, and it's going to be the electrical demands as we do that in our own homes and our own transportation, plus as we run electrical lines so the cruise ships can plug in and the buses serving them can be electric buses. We're looking, in my opinion, at a lot more than 2% growth in our electrical demand. And for those of you, it is so cool to have that electric masters saving energy. And we have 2 cats. They love that warm bed and they help keep us comfortable too. So there you go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. Thank you, Eric, for that. Hi, Mr. Mayor and Assembly and staff. My name is Arlie Reynolds. I'm the Executive Director of the Sitka Sound Science Center. And this evening, I would like to welcome the Sitka community and all our surrounding communities to the 28th Annual Sitka Whale Fest, which will take place October 31st through November 3rd. The goal of this symposium is to celebrate marine life through science, education, art, music, and storytelling. And our goal is to bring a deeper understanding of the marine ecosystem and environment to a diverse audience in an inclusive way, so all participants feel welcome and engaged. We're really happy this year to have art by Crystal Whirl, a Southeast artist who's designed all of our Whale Fest program and shirts. The theme this year is shifting boundaries and new horizons, how things are changing. And I know we've all observed this in the animals and even in the plants in the marine and also terrestrial ecosystems here. We're featuring some great local speakers, including Kari Lamphir, Mike Miller, and Lauren Wild. and also speakers from around the Pacific Northwest, from Utqiagvik all the way down to the Washington coast. We feature a bunch of events that I think will be engaging for the whole community. We have a student art show, a film fest. The film is, it's all about happy people, a tale of the joy of life around sea ice. We have the Market Cafe, which is always popular with lots of vendors. The Maritime Grind, so this month's grind will be part of Whale Fest. Allen Marine will run a wildlife cruise. We have the ever popular Whale Fest Run. This year, we're going to feature a new program about behind the scenes, the present, past, and future of the Sitka Sound Science Center. We'll have marine mammal necropsies, scientific illustration, kayaking, tongas to table, snorkel and sauna, fish tissue sampling, salmon leather pouch making, whale welding, mugging up with with Sitka fisher people, drones in science. The slopes are alive with the sound of science, which is a really engaging workshop that goes into some of the geohazards that we've been facing around the Southeast. Crabs of Southeast Alaska, we all know that's an emerging issue. And remote vehicle construction and navigation through an obstacle course. I think there's something for everybody in the community, and we sure hope that folks will join us October 31st to November 3rd at Sitka Whale Fest. Thank you.
Anyone else this evening for persons to be heard? Any item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next item in just a second. For those standing in the front of the room, Centennial Hall staff was able to put some chairs in the back. So if you feel more comfortable sitting down, there are chairs available now. That'll bring us to our consent agenda. Item A, please.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item A, approve the minutes of December 24th assembly meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any public comment? Sarah, on consent?
All right, on the motion to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeit,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
and Mr. Celine.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 on item A.
Thank you. Unfinished business, item B, please.
I move to approve item B, ordinance 24-23, making supplemental appropriations for fiscal year 2025, emergency response vessel electronics / harbor department equipment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 24-23. Is there any public comment? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Sarah, item B.
All right, on the motion to approve ordinance 2024-23 on second and final reading, Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeit,
Yes.
and Mr. Yestad.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item B.
Item C, please.
I move to formally accept the certificate of election for the October 1, 2024 regular municipal election according to the results set forth in the attached election certification prepared by the municipal clerk, and request that the official tally be included in the minutes as part of the permanent record.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to formally accept the certificate of election. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation. Sarah?
All right, on the motion to approve the certificate of election, Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
and Mayor Eisenbeit.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item C.
Thank you. Before we go into new business, which starts with the oath of office, we will take a break as it is about the top of the hour. And that'll give me an opportunity to freshen up my hair, what's left of it anyway. And so assembly, if you can take about 5 minutes and be seated when you're done. Thank you. And we're going to get going in about 1 more minute this evening. Thank you, everybody. The assembly is seated. We'd love to jump back into our agenda this evening if we could. I'm sure everybody is here for item I. We'd love to get down to item I as quickly as possible. The one time I need a gavel and I don't have one. I've never used it.
Somebody better say something.
I saw a trick a while ago that if you're listening, clap once. If you're listening, clap twice. Hey, it actually works. I picked that up at Southeast Conference last week, so that was great. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to continue along on our agenda this evening. This new business, item D, will be oaths of office for our elected officials. We will start with assembly member oaths first. So, Sarah.
I state your name. No,
Scott
Scott
Serene.
Serene.
Do solemnly affirm
Do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of
Constitution of
the United States,
the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of
Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances of the city and borough of Sitka.
and that I will faithfully discharge my duties
I will faithfully discharge my duties
as an assembly member
as an assembly member for the city and borough of Sitka to the best of my ability.
This is my last chance to run. I, Stephen Eisenbeiss, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of the State of Alaska, and the laws and ordinances of the city and borough of Sitka. And I will faithfully discharge my duties as the mayor for the city and borough of Sitka to the best of my ability. Well, I apologize to all those in attendance. Normally for outgoing assembly members, we have cake and snacks and whatnot. As there were no outgoing assembly members, we didn't have that. I don't know that I would have had the budget for everyone tonight either, but yeah, thank you for being here.
Hey, Stephen, before we move on, can I make one comment on this?
Please.
So as we were, I probably should have said it last time when we were affirming the election, but I think we need to reflect every once in a while just how cool that is and just how monumental it is that we can do that and that it's routine and it's not routine everywhere. And it's not routine, and in some places it's not routine in the United States. So we have peaceful elections and transfer of power. And, times like this, don't take that for granted. Because it's not everywhere. And it just, every time I go through that, it's really cool. I've been on both sides of that elections, and there's no question. And so I think a lot of here in Sitka, the clerk's office has a lot to do with that, but it's just, don't take that for granted. It's all I want to say.
Thank you. In years past, this is where I've taken an opportunity to address the public, address new assembly members. As we have the same assembly members that we did 10 minutes ago. I just want to pass on what I got from this election, and that is keep doing the good work that we're doing. I think we have a strong assembly. I think we have an assembly who is not afraid to dig in and do some work. And the voters have reaffirmed that. So let's keep doing the work that we're doing now. As Tor indicated, there's an oath that we have to abide by, and remember that as we continue to do our work. There are challenges ahead. There's going to be a lot of good times ahead as well. So I'm excited to keep going, and let's keep charging. Scotty, I'm happy to work with you on your sidewalk closure too. Let's get that done. That brings us to item E this evening. Item E, please.
I move to reappoint Jerry Hope to a 3-year term on the Sustainability Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to reappoint Jerry Hope to the Sustainability Commission. Is there any public comment?
Good evening again, Assembly. Bree Gable here, Sustainability Coordinator. Super happy to see the consideration of reappointing Jerry to the commission, Jerry Hope. I am also the staff liaison for that commission. And in addition to reappointing Jerry, there are 2 additional seats on that commission that are open. So if any of the presentation work that I've mentioned interests you, or anything else on that you could make under the umbrella of sustainability, please consider to possibly be appointed to the Sustainability Commission, because again, 2 seats. Thank you.
Anyone else on the reappointment of Jerry Hope? Assembly deliberation? Please.
Yeah, I just serving with Jerry for a little while here since he's been on there. This is a renewal. I just want to say it's been an honor. He's adds great value to the Sustainability Commission.
Thank you. Anything further? Sarah?
All right, on the motion to reappoint Jerry Hope to a 3-year term on the Sustainability Commission, Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Mr. Celine?
Yes.
Mr. Mosher?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
And Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item E.
Item F, please.
I move to approve the liquor license renewal application for DPJT Inc., doing business as Nugget Restaurant at 600 Airport Drive, and forward to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board without objection.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a liquor license renewal. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
All right, on the motion to approve the liquor license renewal for the Nugget, Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Mosher?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
Mr. Celine?
Yes.
Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
And Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item F.
Item G, please.
I move to approve resolution 2024-16 on first and final reading, authorizing the municipal administrator to apply for and execute loans offered under clean water and drinking water loan programs.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 24-16. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation?
I wouldn't mind hearing from John, just a quick rundown on it. So it's kind of cool, actually. That's why.
If we could call Amy up to introduce
Yes,
the
please.
item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. Amy Ainsley, Acting Public Works Director. So the loan amount is for $1.7 million. This was authorized in this year's fiscal budget, but DEC does require us to have a resolution passed by the Assembly in order for us to actually execute those loan documents. So this is already built into our budget, and this helps to support the Lakehurst Monastery Kincaid project. And so that is a really large streets project that we're going to be working on construction for next year. We're addressing the utility infrastructure in the area, both the water and the sewer, that are very aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced, as well as addressing drainage issues in the area, which we know are a problem, and will also give us an opportunity to resurface all of those streets and to also improve the walkability of those areas, because we have also heard through this project from our residents as well that there's some walkability and accessibility concerns that we'd like to address. So really great project for one of our older neighborhoods here in Sitka. And by approving the resolution, this will help us lock in the funding for the project and get us in a really healthy spot so that we can execute next summer.
Questions for Amy while she's up here? Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted her to come up because this is the kind of thing I read my packet and I remember from the budget that we sometimes will just pass because it makes sense. But I think a little bit of a understanding that this is the kind of thing the city does in the background sometimes, making things a little bit better, making sure that when you turn the faucet, water comes on, and when you run it down the drain or other ways, it goes away. And we're constantly working on these things, trying to get funding sources from everywhere. And so I think the Public Works Department and the Water Department need to get a little bit of kudos for doing all the work and getting this done and finding the funding and making life a little bit better for some Sitkans. So
I agree.
JJ, please.
And while we're at it, add a crosswalk so the ducks can safely get to and from the lake.
Sarah?
All right, on the motion to approve resolution 2024-16 on first and final reading, Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen.
yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
and Ms. Carlson.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item G.
Brings us to item H tonight, which is a discussion direction decision on expanding the scope of project 90990 titled Blatchley Heat Pump Replacement. John, I don't have very much on that, but I understand Amy has an introduction for us.
Yes, Mayor.
Getting my steps in. Thank you all. Amy Ainsley, again, Acting Public Works Director. So we had a significant amount of funds appropriated into a capital project to address the urgent needs of the Blatchley heat pump replacement, which has been completed. And we currently have about $125,000 remaining in this capital project. When we integrated the school maintenance team and functions into and kind of getting a better list of upcoming projects and needs from our school buildings, it was identified that we have 2 failed heat pumps at Sitka High School as well. And so we've been able to kind of get by on just the building's main HVAC system for now. But as we come into the colder winter months, we really want to get these heat pumps replaced. And so we are asking that the scope of the project right now, because it's titled the Blatchley Heat Pump Project, we want to make sure that we were spending within, sort of the Assembly's authority of those funds, but giving us the ability to move quickly to get those new units in place. And so if we're get the direction from the Assembly tonight that this is an appropriate use of the funds, we're estimating that we should be able to get those new heat pumps in place by December. And so again, kind of getting ahead of those colder winter months. We're still working on the cost estimates for for the Sitka High School heat pumps. We're estimating that's about 60 to 70,000. And so that will still leave some funding remaining there as well. And by preserving these funds and expanding the scope to just school heat pumps, that will kind of also keep a little bit of extra cash reserve. So if we have any other emergent needs on heat pumps in our schools, we can quickly address those and make sure our kids are warm.
Thank you. Questions for Amy? Actually, if we have questions, we'll call you back up after public comment. Thank you. It is a discussion direction. Thank you, JJ. Assembly deliberation on this item.
I just like to disclose that these are the heat pumps that heat my facility, so where I work. So yes, it's been chilly for the last winter. So but I don't personally benefit financially from any of this. Just don't have to wear extra layers when I work. So yeah, they've been out for a year. So it's been chilly in that facility.
Thank you for the disclosure and the hands-on information.
I think this is just a no-brainer. That we should expand the scope and allow you the flexibility to address these things as they come up. Thank you, Amy, for the work. Appreciate it.
And to me, it's either we expand the scope of this particular project or we come back with supplemental here shortly again after these funds are swept. So I think this is just a more streamlined way to get some heat back into, sounds like the shop area of the high school. Chris?
Yeah, this seemed pretty logical to me and pretty straightforward. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this, and I don't want to see Tim all bundled up all winter long. So try to make him a little more comfortable while working.
We'll make the students more comfortable.
Yeah.
Please, Scott.
When you mentioned right in there that the load calculation was off and going to 3 smaller heat pumps, that'll keep, they won't be short cycling, but thing that people got to really realize is the reason that durable goods went from 7 years to 3 years is because of heat pumps. And like Eric was mentioning, the maintenance between a heat pump and your oil furnace, you can't fix your heat pump when it fails. So like if I was buying it, I'd always have another one ready to put in place of the one that fails right in the middle of winter. So the colder it gets, the harder they work and less heat they put out. Thank you.
So are we ready for a motion?
I believe so.
All right. Yeah, I want my kids to be warm too. I move to rename project 90990 Blatchley heat pump replacement to project 90990 school heat pump replacement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to expand the scope of the heat pump project. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation. Sarah?
All right, on the motion to rename the project, Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
and Mr. Mosier.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item H.
That brings us to item I tonight. Just a few words before we jump into item I, as I'm assuming that is why most of us are here this evening. Again, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your presence in the room. Tonight, the assembly is going to look for answers. That's what I'm here for. I want to find answers. I don't have any preconceived notions about tonight, but I want to find facts. So to that end, we're going to have a presentation from our municipal administrator. And then if the assembly is desirous, we will invite representatives from Friends of the Animal Shelter forward to talk to us as well. after the assembly had some further deliberation on that. If we are ready to move down a path, there are motions that can be made. But I don't know that I'll necessarily get there tonight, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the assembly won't get there tonight. So if a motion is made at that point, public comment does follow. So just kind of a rundown on the process and how that's going to work this evening. So John, if you could start with an introduction, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to start out with first, I want to thank the Assembly for taking up this item, and I want to thank everybody in the public too that came out for this item. There's obviously a lot we need to work through. Some things have changed over the year with our animal control facility. Most of you in the room and most of you at the table have a lot more knowledge and history on this than I do in my time here. But to just kind of get down to the really main issues that have caused some of the, I will call it confusion right now, is that we had leased out that facility and called it the Sitka Animal Hospital for many years. I think 1996 was when that was first started. And in February of 22, the vet that was there leasing the space from us decided to vacate that lease at the termination point and start a private practice. In that same period, we were approached by a group of volunteers that wanted to organize and assist with some of the efforts that we have at our animal control facility. The difference between then and now is there was an on-site vet. There was somebody there that helped and guided and kind of advised on what things are supposed to look like, how things are supposed to work on a shelter side, and how things, how they can assist us on the animal control side. And that piece is now gone. We're very appreciative of the volunteer support, but things are starting to get, I'll just say, conflated, causing a bit of confusion. And the reason why I included certain things in the packet is, you all know my job is to follow code. And sometimes those can be tough things to hear, but it's here in black and white. And again, sometimes those are not really the community's desire. We also very much appreciate volunteer support, but we also have to be very careful about how volunteers drive essentially what is law and how those things can get confused. So as the mayor said, I hope tonight is I'll call it a listening session or a fact-finding session to really find out where the concerns are, what we need to fix, and hopefully get some guidance on a solution that is going to work for the community. Because if we don't have someone in there managing an animal shelter, we're just going to find ourselves in this same spot. And sorry, I skipped over one part that I do want to clarify is that an animal control officer's job is just that, animal control. I know that we've pulled the job descriptions and looked at this, and it's in a sense of public safety. If we have a dangerous animal or an animal that's separated from its owner, those are the things that we're there to resolve. Make sure that vaccinations happen in accordance with what's here and state statutes. If you do a simple word search of shelter in our code, the word shelter appears 8 times, and it's there as it says there is a facility. It doesn't say shelter operations, like defining what we do as a shelter. Same thing in the job description. So yes, it does acknowledge that there is a shelter, but the animal control officer has a very specific role in that. And that's where volunteer organizations can help on the shelter side if there is a desire for a shelter, because maybe those functions do not really belong within a police department or an animal control officer. And this is very typical in many other communities. I mentioned in the memo, Anchorage has a very clear code. This is what we do on the ACO side. Then it's moved over to another organization, and these are the terms. It's moved over to the other organization. Juneau completely contracts out everything, which by the way, we're allowed to do under our code. It's 8.05.190. We could contract out the whole thing, but I want to hear kind of from the public and the assembly and ask some questions to see where we need to go and how we can make this work better and serve the community. I believe I've said enough, but I will also say that Christine is here from the Friends of Sick Animal Shelter, and Chief Beatty is also here. And I would encourage you to ask questions of both of them to kind of get all sides of what's happening and what's going on and where we can make this right.
Thank you, John. Unless the assembly is opposed, I would like to invite up representatives from Friends of the Animal Shelter for some comments if they have any.
Hello, thank you for having us this evening, and thank you, Administrator Leach, for bringing this forward to the Assembly. My name is Christina Tierman, and I am the Board President of Friends of Sick Animal Shelter, and I will let my fellow board member introduce himself.
Good evening. I'm Dusty Kidd. I'm one of the co-founders of the organization, and I've been a volunteer over there for 3 years now.
I guess I'm first wondering if you guys have any specific questions that you would like to ask of us. We'd be happy to answer. And I can first give just a quick background on our organization if some aren't familiar with it. So we formed in 2021. We met with a group of volunteers at the shelter as well as ACO Jim Rogers to see how we could fill some of the gaps that were existing at the shelter. Because the ACO, at least to my knowledge, has always operated the shelter and overseen the shelter in addition to doing their ACO and enforcement duties. They've always relied on volunteers. Volunteers have been a part of the shelter since it started in the early 90s. We have some volunteers tonight who have been there since the very beginning, and I would love for them to be able to share their perspectives as well. But it's a lot for one person to do. Managing volunteers can be challenging. It takes a lot of work, as well as all the animal care. At the animal shelter, at any given time, there's a couple of dogs, and the most I've seen is 20 to 30 cats. And that's a lot of animals to care for in addition to doing all of your enforcement duties. And so in talking with Jim and looking at other models in other places at how we could make the shelter better and more successful and more sustainable, we decided to form a friends group. And our intention was to fill the gaps and be supplemental to what the city is doing. And so we wanted to help with fundraising. As a 501c3 nonprofit, we can take tax deductible donations and do grant writing, help with volunteer coordination, help with community events and education. And so in March of 2022, we got our 501c3 status and carried on with those duties. And unfortunately, in July of 2022 is when ACO Jim Rogers resigned, which we knew was coming. He, was only planning to be there for a year, but we did not anticipate how long that position would remain unfilled. And so during that year, we stepped in to take care of the shelter and maintain operations so that those essential services that a shelter provides could continue to be provided. We did that until July or June of 2023. And we met with the police department frequently and communicated with them frequently to get volunteers approved. Every volunteer goes through a background check. Every adopter goes through a background check. And all expenditures for medical care we had approved. So, we weren't operating a separate shelter in the facility. We were operating the city's animal shelter as a volunteer organization. And I think, unfortunately, none of us expected that we would be doing it that long. And I think that's where the lines got pretty blurred because our intention was never to run a shelter. Our intention was just to be a support group to help make the shelter a more kind of open and welcoming space in the community. And so I think that is where some of the confusion may have happened, was during that time. But after that, we have had now 2 different ACOs, and their role, as is in the job description, is to manage the shelter as well as the volunteers. And, you know, we would love to continue to support the shelter and be involved. But unfortunately, you know, as of July of this year, volunteers have not been able to get into the facility to help care for the animals. And so at this point, we just don't really know what is going on there. And we would love the opportunity to continue to support the shelter and the animals in their care in the short term, recognizing there also needs to be a long-term change. We do, you know, we've looked through the options that Administrator Leach has put forth, and we think that there are probably other options in addition to that that are worth exploring. And we would encourage you to speak with veterinarians, with shelter directors in other communities, with volunteers, and listen to the community members about what is important to them and what they want in a shelter, because these are critical services to a community. And we hope that we can work collaboratively with you all moving forward to help get us to a place where we have a well-functioning and compassionate animal shelter for our community. And I hope that tonight there aren't any, you know, firm decisions made about what path to take, but I hope that this is the first of many discussions to come. And Dusty, I'll turn it over to you to add anything that I left out.
Well, the other thing I would point out is if you look at your packet, there was a fairly extensive memo from our organization to offer up some ideas, but also to explain what we have done. There have been several thousand hours of volunteer work. I ran the adult cat room for 3 years, at one point every day. And 12 or 14 other volunteers came in to help. We had the Outer Coast College students come in, renovate that space completely. We renovated 3 other spaces completely. We put up a new sign, which is not a big deal in the sense that it's just a sign for the shelter. But if you look there, you'll see the police department logo. You'll see the Rotary logo, our logo. It was a cooperative effort. And I think that's sort of symbolic of what we've tried to do. I hope, like Christina, that this evening is part of a learning process, but there's a lot more that can be learned from people in the audience and from other shelter operations around the state. And rather than make decisions on where we go forward tonight, I hope that you'll take the time to research this and then come back and have an open forum for the public to talk about some of these alternatives, and some that may be not listed as yet. But we have a lot of really dedicated people, and most of these people, unlike me, have full-time jobs, but still come in. So I hope you'll take that in mind when you think about where we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you both for adding some light to the discussion tonight. Questions for Friends of the Animal Shelter? Tor?
Yeah. So, by the way, you've done great work. My daughter loves going in there talking to the cats. But I guess you kind of answered my question a little bit, but if you were king for a day, what would you like to see happen out there? I mean, what would your say, oh, this is a good way of doing it? What would you like to see happen? And I think you've kind of already answered that to a certain extent, but, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot if you don't have a concise answer.
Well, I mean, first I would encourage us to ask the community that as well, because, you know, this is an issue that is very important to people. People love their pets. Sitka has a lot of pet owners. And so we're very curious to know what the community wants. And one of the things we're planning to do is put out a community survey. I know our town also loves community surveys, but we do want to get some statistics about, you know, how many people are pet owners here, what services do they find important to have in an animal shelter, what services are currently lacking. Is having a no-kill shelter important to people? It's important to us, but we don't know, is that also important to the community? You know, a lot of people right now think that we do operate a no-kill shelter, which we don't currently. You know, that's not how the shelter operates. And there, you know, in the past, there have not been, over the last couple of years at least, there have not been high euthanasia rates. But, you know, on paper, it isn't a no-kill shelter. So I think we envision, if the community is in support of that as well, a no-kill facility, which does not mean 0% euthanasia, but it means that every adoptable animal has a chance of being adopted, and you only euthanize as the last resort due to behavioral or health reasons. We envision a shelter that has high standards of care that are in line with recommendations that are published by shelter veterinarians. We envision a place that is transparent with the public about what is happening there, and a place that is welcoming to the community. I think one thing that we noticed in our time is being able to open up the shelter. Like you said, your daughter would come for every coffee with cats. People want to be involved and they want to feel welcome there and go there. And with one ACO running a shelter in addition to doing their enforcement duties, that's just not possible. And so I think that there is, you know, there are a lot of models like this, like Administrator Leach mentioned. Juneau has a model, Anchorage has a model. I've talked to the Kodiak Humane Society and they also have a model that is slightly different than the others, where the city contracts a nonprofit to carry out only sheltering services rather than both ACO and sheltering services. And so I think looking at those models and figuring out, you know, how we can tailor that to then fit our community and what the community wants, I think is the best path forward.
Yeah, a couple of other notes. Mr. Leach referenced the sort of middle ground between an ACO function and a shelter function. And that always has the potential to create conflict or misunderstanding. I think the city should relook at its code specific to animals and draft new sections that are specific to a shelter and have that so it's clear enough for the ACO and for anybody who manages the shelter process to know what their marching orders are. I think that's very important. And then I think a clear delineation of roles and responsibilities and a decision as to what level of budgeting is appropriate for the city to support a function like this, if that's a decision to be made. Too many of these things are nebulous right now, and that has created some of the conflict that we've seen.
Sorry, could you see your last sentence? I missed what you said. You said something has caused conflicts.
I think the confusion between roles, ACO, shelter managing, and a lack of clear guidance in written code as to what those roles should be is important for us to address.
I do have a question. So in your opinion, because we do have an MOU, why, I'm assuming that it worked before, what is, in your opinion, is the place or point in time and change in circumstances that you feel it is not working, it stopped being working?
So the MOU, although we started drafting it while ACO Rogers was still the ACO, we didn't actually really put it into effect until after he left. And so we never actually really followed the MOU strictly because it is very dependent on having an ACO in that role. And I think that we realized then once the ACO position was filled that there could be more clarity, like Dusty mentioned, as to the delineation of tasks, and even just in some of the lines, you know, like what we mean by volunteer coordination. Because although in our MOU, you know, it says that we are in charge of volunteer coordination, you know, it is still also in the ACO job description. And so I think having some, you know, there were some things that we could have changed, but we didn't realize that until the ACO position was filled, because for a year, you know, there was no one in that role. And so we really weren't actually following the MOU because we were carrying out all the shelter operations.
Okay, so the MOU was never like fully in place where everybody agreed and you had this, kind of co-harmony thing. It was something that was drafted but wasn't fully enacted. And so from the beginning, there's been confusion.
Well, it was in place. It just wasn't necessarily in practice because there wasn't, a person in that role.
Yeah, I think also it's important, as Administrator Leach pointed out, in 3 years, we've had 3 ACOs. And one of those years, it was vacant. So obviously there were a lot of voids that needed to be filled. But I think there's no way one ACO can manage an animal shelter and do the control functions as well. It's an impossible task. Just to give you an example, one of our colleagues, Rhea Rissman, who helped found the organization, I don't know how many hours every month she put into the schedule for volunteers. Every day a different set, morning, noon, and night. Who walks dogs, who feeds cats, who manages health issues. Enormous amount of work put in by a volunteer just to do that one function. There's no way an ACO could do that and also do all the calls they have to go out to do in the community. So there needs to be that clear delineation and resources put against it.
It's good that you said that, because I'm thinking about this. I've talked to some friends and I thank you for what you're doing and what you have done. It's amazing. I'm very grateful for the Friends of Animal Shelter. It's just my initial thought right now, because it's kind of, there's a lot of confusion, even in my perception of this is, I think that is one of the core problems. Not a clear, fully enacted, clear delineation of what the jobs, are that people will operate under, and what the vision is too. This has kind of brought that up to the forefront.
And one more thing to add to that, I think we have also realized that, we're approaching it very differently than the police department is approaching it, which is understandable. They're approaching it from animal control and we're approaching it from animal care. And those are two very different things. And so I think that is just something to think about as we move forward about what the, priorities of an animal shelter or, animal control facility are.
One more question real quick, if I can.
Please.
So just to be clear, and I think you've answered this. So the, how do you say the FOSSs? Friends of the Animal Shelter. Would be open to the idea of running the shelter side of things in all of its various aspects, or no?
That is something that we would definitely need to discuss as a board that, we haven't had the opportunity to fully dive into yet. That, like Dusty mentioned, we now know after helping run the shelter for a year, just how much work it is and, the funding needs, and that would require us, hiring a staff member. We can't, as, volunteers are not able to do that. And don't have the resources at the moment to do that. But we are definitely interested in exploring what that could look like. Anything to add?
Tim? Yeah, one other thing, if we go back and look at our mission statement and what our discussions were as a board when we started, it was really to provide support for animals and the function of the shelter, but not to run it. And in fact, we really focused on things like educating the public on the proper treatment of animals and all the other things that relate to animal care in a community. We had no real thought that we would be in there setting up schedules and cleaning kennels for hours at a time. It's became rather a surprise for us.
Tim, please. I have a question, I guess, and I'm not necessarily directing it specifically only to you, but I guess, how long is the community willing to wait to get an answer from the assembly on this thing? So, the response that we see right here, and certainly that's been in my inbox, indicates there's a timeliness factor here. And the process that you're talking about, discovering, winnowing down all the good ideas about how to run a shelter, it's not going to be an instantaneous process. It's going to take time. So, is it 3 months that people are willing to wait and leave things as they are? Or is it a more time. I mean, I didn't get the sense from the people's responses to this point in time that they were interested in waiting for a long process to play itself out and make sure we have all the meetings we need to have to get the information. Or is it that the community would like a response from the assembly to get the administration moving in some particular direction in a more timely manner, which is what you're seeing here tonight? And I guess that's my question. You know, which way do we want to go? Ideally, we would already have all the community input to know exactly where we want to go as a community, but we're not at that point right now. And do we want to wait? Do we want to wait for 3 more months, leaving things as they are? Because I'd estimate the process would take that long to get this back to us, to make sure, give the direction to the administrator, or do we want to move forward with one of the options we see here tonight?
I think from our perspective, we see there's sort of 2 things to address. There's the short term and the long term. In the long term, we definitely think we don't want to rush into making a decision about what option to pursue, and think that that is going to take time to research and talk to the appropriate people and get input from the community. And in the short term, we would ask that volunteers are allowed to resume providing animal care support as they have for the last 30 to 40 years. And if that means changing things up a little bit, I know that the police department has mentioned security concerns about the building. And if that means making some changes to the volunteer program or putting locks on certain doors, I think there are solutions to being able to get the volunteers back in the building to be able to support the animal control officer and the care of the animals, so that our police department can focus on critical public safety issues. I know that in the absence of an animal control officer for the last couple of weeks, that police officers have been going and taking care of the animals, is what we've heard. And we are here to help, and we've been offering to help. And the volunteers are past background checks, they're trained, they're approved. Some have been volunteering for 30 years, some have been volunteering for 10 years, some for 5. And they're here and willing and ready to help while we come up with a long-term plan. So that is our recommendation on how to move forward.
Yeah. And I think realistically, the 3 options laid out, the first one is years in the making. A separate facility, a self-funded organization, that you all know what this community is like and all the challenges that would pose. The second option also, I think, is, at least for now, is going to take time to implement. The third option is, in effect, a hybrid of what we've had for the last several years, but we're open to any way that we can help. And our volunteers are eager to get back in and help out.
And if you don't mind, could I ask our volunteers to stand up so you can see
Please.
how many we have volunteers? And again, these are people that have, most have full-time jobs and are taking time out of their day to come care for the animals because they love the animals and they care about them and they care about their outcome and they care about the community. And so we really encourage you to consider allowing the volunteers back in the shelter.
JJ, I think you had something. Thank you.
So in reading through the packet and what's written in the code and referring to Alaska's laws on animals, is there any other documentation that you guys follow or that the ACO and you guys follow to list care standards at the shelter?
Oh, was the last word list care standards?
Yes, to guide.
Yeah, we actually, one of our colleagues developed a whole binder on how to manage animals at the shelter, everything from how you mix Clorox to sanitize the space, to how you deal with kittens who can't feed themselves, kind of from soup to nuts. There are standards developed by the American Association of Shelter Veterinarians that we have looked through really carefully and believe is a great way to start at least. But I believe the city needs that level of detail in order for a shelter to be managed to a standard that we would all be proud of.
So that document created by one of your volunteers, did that make its way through the ACO and approved by the police?
So it was created in partnership with ACO Rogers. And it actually, the original document was taken from Nancy Buckmaster. We found an old binder in the office. And so we took that and we updated it and had it approved by ACO Rogers. And then we have shared that with each subsequent animal control officer. And that, you know, it does have some care standards in it. It is mostly like a volunteer guide on how the volunteers should be providing care and sort of best practices. And it's not as thorough as what we would hope that, you know, the shelter manager would have in terms of following care guides. So for example, there's no information on, you know, intake of animals or adoptions or euthanasia. Those aren't things that are necessarily in that guide because it's simply for volunteers providing care. So at the moment, to our knowledge, that is not something that exists. I think it's something that the police department has been working on, and we've recommended, you know, using the American Veterinarian Shelter Guide as a guide while developing that, because these things already exist. We don't need to make it up. And so we're hopeful that that is something that is either in place or in the works and can be implemented soon. And we would love an opportunity to help review it, or at least have, you know, our local veterinarians review it, since they are, you know, the experts in this field.
So there's a volunteer binder out there, but in looking through the code, I didn't find the word adoption anywhere, nor did I find anything that talked about surrendering of animals, only how animals enter the shelter based on you know, if they're stray or if they're at large. So I think there definitely are some gaps in what I think the community's perception of a shelter is and what's written in our code that guidelines what happens at our shelter. So there's plenty of work to be done here to kind of clean this up and give understanding and direction. Thank you for mentioning to budget. That really hasn't been seen at this table. I know we do look through the police department budget during that season that's coming up. And I believe it's about 140,000 towards that purpose of the animal control operations. And then there's that special revenue fund for animal adoptions as well. So there's two different kind of pots of money that the city has in addition to what you guys fundraise. And I've never really been too clear about what is what and how it moves. And, you know, where the fees go that are collected for, you know, the dog licensing of every dog in Sitka gets to be licensed in this town. So don't all rush to the police department tomorrow and overload our administration to get your tags. But that is something that is on the books in this community that seemingly is to help support, my guess, the operations of the shelter. I don't really know if that goes in the general fund or not, but that's, I think, part of this conversation is of those, you know, adoption fees, impound fees, dog licensing fees, where did that money go? And is it to support the ACO's role in this community? So not necessarily any questions directly to you, but is there something that you have seen in the last 3 years of becoming a formally organized group that wasn't apparent for the 25 years in advance of you guys even become a formal group?
I would say just the amount of work it takes to manage a shelter. And we did it by default because there was no ACO. But whatever model moves forward, don't underestimate the amount of work and talent it takes to make this an effective place for the community and its pets.
And I think also, you know, prior to ACO Rogers, I think we're only 3 ACOs in the, you know, 25, almost 30 years of the history. And so it seemed, obviously I wasn't there at the time, but it seemed like that, maybe a lot of, they took care of the shelter operations and worked with the volunteers. But now that there's been more turnover and without the operating guide, I think that does create confusion, because when you have someone in that role for a long time, they just know what they're doing and they know what to do and they do it. But now having new people come in and then trying to figure out, how to operate the shelter, how to work collaboratively with a nonprofit entity, I think that has, led to some issues.
So from my perspective, it does sound to me like Friends of the Animal Shelter was put into a role that they did not anticipate originally. I would agree with the comments that were stated. The MOU is very basic and it doesn't cover advanced shelter operations, but yet when there was no one else there, they stepped in and took over that role. It seems to me that some of the tension came from when an animal control officer came back in and we didn't really know whose roles were whose at that point. So thank you for stepping up while the lack of an animal control officer was there. I have some thoughts for later on how we move this process forward this evening. But I'm going to ask a question because it's the one question that's lingering for me that I don't have a clear answer on. And I'm going to ask the police chief the same question because I want to hear both sides of it. And I want to know, in your estimation, why was Friends of the Animal Shelter not allowed back in to continue the services that they had done for some time?
I think I have maybe the email that lists it out. I can read from that. But what we have been told is that there were some security issues at the building, but we're not sure exactly what those were. But things like doors being unlocked or windows being left open. There was also mention of no coordinated schedule for the volunteers and volunteers not showing up to shifts or missing shifts, things like that. And so there was a desire to sort of restart the volunteer program. And I think another thing that kind of stemmed this is when we met back in May, we had mentioned that, managing the volunteers is actually in the ACO job description. It says managing unpaid workers at the shelter. And the ACO at the end of the day is in charge of animal care. So they're overseeing all of the animals and it's the city's liability. And then you have volunteers whose role is caring for the animals. And so it really, we kind of realized it didn't necessarily make sense to have us just kind of as a middleman managing volunteers who are managing the care of the animals, even though we're not overseeing the care of the animals. Because anytime you're working with live animals, there is a danger and there's a risk, and it requires being able to communicate in a time-sensitive manner with people who are coming in and out of the building to share what the status of an animal is. Is it aggressive? Can volunteers interact with it? Should they not interact with it? Has it, been fed today? Do I need to feed it? Are there proper, procedures that I need to follow? And, we just weren't able to provide that consistent and timely communication to our volunteers because, like Dusty mentioned, we all have full-time jobs. And so we kind of realized that being that liaison wasn't working. And so we proposed handing over that communication back to the ACO so that there's a direct line between the ACO and the volunteers. But we still were interested in being involved in volunteer support engagement as we could. But it seems like maybe that was interpreted as the FOSIS doesn't want anything to do with the volunteers, which was not the case at all. We really value and appreciate and love working with the volunteers. But being the liaison and the middleman just wasn't an effective method. And it was leading to frustrations, I think, on all sides.
Yeah, I would add, and I think a couple of points of conflict that are important to point out. We believe any animal that's brought into the shelter should get an intake exam. and get vaccinated, as is a standard around the country. And that was not being done this current calendar year to the large extent. That concerned us greatly. I think that and the conflict over who manages what. But keep in mind, every volunteer is signed up and given a background check by the city through the police department. We have nothing, no real stake in that game. We take volunteers in that we recruit and train, but it is the city that approves them as volunteers in the shelter. So those are two areas, I think, of misunderstanding. I was taught in business to always assume best intentions. So I'd like to assume that we just misunderstood each other, but there are some areas out there, lack of standards and lack of intake care for animals that I think need to be addressed as well.
Yeah, thank you for answering that. Like I said, I'm going to ask our police chief that same question because that helps formulate how I think that I would like to go forward after this evening. John, question for friends? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking my notes over here. So when you say intake exam, just so I can put this in perspective, do you mean an intake exam and vaccinations for, let's say it's a dog at large that the ACO picks up? Are they expected to immediately run to the vet and get an intake exam? Like, for example, if it was my dog that got off the leash, I'd be having something to say if I found out that he ended up at the vet instead of a phone call to me. So are you talking about intake exam for shelter side or intake exam as in every time ACO picks up an animal?
Yeah, it would certainly be a shelter intake animal. Typically, it's a stray cat or a dog whose owner does not claim it. There's no history. It doesn't have a chip. So we can't tell with the two veterinarian operations here in Sitka, both of which are excellent, by the way. We're lucky. We can't tell, and people in the shelter don't know if they've been vaccinated. It's a public health issue, as well as a shelter volunteer issue if you have a dog that hasn't been vaccinated for rabies, for example. The standard before the beginning of this calendar year was a new animal that was brought in was within, I don't know, 3-4 days to a week, taken into a veterinary facility for examination, a wellness check, a check for pyroviral vaccines and so forth. That was done to protect the animals, to eliminate transmission from one animal to another of an infectious disease, and to protect the volunteers and ultimately an adopter from issues that might otherwise not be caught. It's a pretty common standard, I think, but not for your dog that got run off leash, as an example.
John, did you have anything further, or Chris?
This kind of brought something that I've been thinking about and struggling with as I've been thinking through this, talking about this intake exam. I guess I'm thinking along the lines of like a feral cat. I'm hearing we have a pretty big feral cat population in Sitka. What is the successful adoption rate of these kind of animals?
These kind of animals, if you're referring to feral, that's one category. If you're referring to strays that may have come out of a home or been left to fend for itself, that's a different category.
I guess I'm meaning more like basic wildcat.
Yeah.
Like not domesticated animals.
Feral cats are a real issue. They often cannot be domesticated. And I'll cite my own example in the adult cat room. My high population count was 13. All 13 were adopted eventually, but it took a while for at least my favorite cat, Ed, who in a year, day-to-day contact every single day, I never was able to pet him, but he's in a home over here on Sawmill Creek. So I didn't give up. But feral cats are a tough proposition without question.
Yeah, that was just kind of, trying to weigh, is it enough of a success rate to, I guess, spend money? I mean, I hate to put it down to that black and white, but that's kind of what it is. And I mean, if there is a success rate, then it's worth considering. But if there isn't, then I come from a farm. So I mean, it's kind of life and death is you get used to it. So I guess I was kind of very uglily getting down to the brass tacks of it.
And, you know, not to get too much in the weeds about cats, because I definitely can. You know, every animal is different. And that's, you know, another thing that I think we, you know, would hope in an animal shelter is that, well, yes, there are kind of these blanket codes that you follow, but every animal is treated, you know, as an individual. And given that time, you know, that intake exam, and then the right amount of time to sort of see what its behavior is like, because coming into a shelter is unbelievably stressful for animals. Even for the most friendly dog and cat, you come into a shelter environment, you're put in a cage, you know, it's anxiety producing. And so they're not often acting themselves right away. And it can take a week or two, or sometimes 3, sometimes a month for an animal to actually, you know, to be able to see what its temperament is like. And, you know, as it stands, the city code doesn't really allow for that time. You know, the city code has, I think it's 3 days for unlicensed dogs and 5 for licensed dogs before they can be euthanized. And I don't think there's anything about cats in there. You know, we have actually had quite a high success rate for feral cats considering, and most of the feral cats that come in are kittens, and you can socialize them pretty easily, especially if they're placed into foster homes quickly and are getting a lot of socialization. But I would actually have Jim Rogers speak to that a bit more, because during his time as ACO, he, you know, adopted a lot of animals and has those statistics on adoptions.
John?
Sorry, because that brought up one more statement and a question, and then I promise I'll be done. On that example of a feral animal, and this is where you can probably understand where the difficult spot is. You mentioned that section of code. You know, it talks about, you know, the animals held for adoption for a reasonable period of time at the discretion of the animal control officer. And then before destroying an animal, the animal control officer shall make reasonable efforts to promote the adoption of the animal. Mm-hmm. That's that gray area. You know, what is reasonable amount of time? It's obviously, well, at least we believe not 72 hours. That's what the code says. But is a year reasonable? And what happens if there is a disagreement between what the shelter believes is reasonable and ACO believes is reasonable? How do we do that dispute? I'll call it a dispute resolution, given that discretion still remains with the ACO under our existing code.
Yeah, in our meetings with Chief Beatty, he's made clear, and we don't disagree, that it is ultimately his or his department's decision. We want to offer input, but we're not in the business of deciding those things. That's what the city administrator is here for. I would also add that 3 cats that were feral are in my house. They've been there for 4 years, and I'm still alive, so it can be done.
And I think that also brings up kind of the long-term solution. I think we are in agreement that long-term, the operations of the shelter should be under a separate nonprofit entity that, you know, can make those decisions to have a no-kill facility, which, you know, there of course are always going to be gray areas, but there will be less gray areas because, you know, euthanasia will only be used if it's for behavioral reasons, health reasons, or quality of life. And so that would mean that it, you know, an animal could be there for however long it takes before it's adopted, as long as its quality of life is still good and it is in good health and it is not a danger to the public.
JJ?
Piggyback on this topic here, wouldn't that be the role of the Animal Hearing Board to make these decisions? I read that section briefly in code, but I believe that's the body that we have established for that purpose. Is it not?
I can try to answer that if it's okay, Mayor. I also looked at the same thing. I don't necessarily think they would make the decision on that, but if you look at that 0.083 section of the board, it says review proposed written administrative orders or ordinances pertaining to this chapter. So if we did want to create a policy or an administrative order or ordinance and to define this, that would go to the Animal Hearing Board for them to have input on and make a recommendation.
Because it it says specifically about dogs and reclassification of dogs, but it doesn't mention cats or ducks or any other animal. Okay. Yes, so some updates to the codes. What about you, Rachel? Do you have any input there on what a process could be or should be, or just in general? This part of code is, chapter 8.05, animal protection and control. Is there anything in that phrasing of protection and control that can help us understand?
Yeah, there's a pretty clear distinction there. So the animal control officer as a law enforcement officer is dealing with two things. It's dealing with animals that are being abused. Animals that are being harmed within a home, or if somebody was hosting dog fights in town, something like that. They need to perform investigations, find probable cause to believe that animal abuse is happening. And if they have that probable cause, they need to go get a search warrant to enter a home and seize an animal. That's all law enforcement operations that fall under animal protection for the animal's benefit. And then animal control is what we've really been talking about: animals that are on the loose, animals that are feral, protecting the public from animals that might have infectious disease, might be dangerous. And that's the distinction there between animal protection and animal control. But in both cases, the animal control officer is performing law enforcement operations. Either are people harming animals and they need to be protected from people who are harming them, or have the tagging laws, the vaccination laws, the leash laws not been complied with in a way that puts the public at risk. And that's this distinction I think we're getting at between the animal control role, sheltering the animals for either those 5 or 3 days that the code says, but there's also other provisions for if an investigation was underway, the animal control officer needs to retain the animal for the duration of that investigation. And that's what the animal hearing board is kind of getting at. So if you go in and say the animal control officer seizes someone's dog because it's been accused of biting everyone that's passing by, they need to do an investigation. The owners might contest that, say, hey, the dog was only defending itself. Mm-hmm. And then you're actually in a quasi-judicial proceeding trying to figure out, is this dog actually dangerous or not, before deciding how to resolve that. And that's still within the animal control officer's job to shelter that animal, because a legal process is still ongoing, a law enforcement process is still ongoing. And that's different than the care shelter side of things, which is, laws have been dealt with, an abused animal has been seized, or we've determined the animal is feral and doesn't have an owner. The application of the laws is over, and we've moved into the care, rehabilitation, and possibly homing of that animal. That's a care shelter situation. And our code doesn't really pull that out as well as some of the other examples of code. I know you mentioned Kodiak. I didn't have a chance to look at that, but I was checking out Anchorage's code today, and they delineate those functions rather clearly. And so I think there are some good models we can look to where the animal control officer can really focus on those law enforcement duties, which is a different job. It's a different training. It's a different set of competencies than what you all are saying of running a shelter, which just looking at the job description, I didn't get it till close of business, but you don't even need vet check training for the ACO job because you're a law enforcement officer. And that's not setting up success for the animals or for the animal control officer to do all the work that I hear you guys saying of what it takes to run a shelter. And so when I hear you say that we're in agreement that these are different things, from a legal perspective, that's true also.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Anything further for Friends of the Animal Shelter right now?
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm understanding correctly, what you are all saying is that according to the city code, the Sitka does not operate an animal shelter.
I don't have an answer for you, but I don't, I'm finding out fact as much as you are right now on this one.
Can I respond?
Please.
Yeah. It's unclear what our code says. So it uses the word animal shelter, but are we an animal control shelter only within the ACO's duties, or are we an animal care shelter? That language is not distinguished, and the job description for the animal control officer is not laid out by statute. It's laid out only in the job description. So there are gaps to fill there.
That actually, sorry, I apologize. That helps me understand better. There's two vocabularies going on and two different thought processes, but I apologize.
I was just going to say, I would recommend that you update the city website because it does mention a lot about an animal shelter on there.
Anything else at the moment?
Add one more success story.
Please.
I think we've only had in our 3 years to see euthanization of one behavioral issue dog, and it was beyond the pale. Jim and Christina spent hours and hours working with the dog, but couldn't get it into a state that it would be safe. Other behavioral issue animals, largely through her efforts, were sent up to the state penitentiary in Seward. They have a program there where they pair behavioral issue dogs with inmates. They literally live in the cell with the inmate. It's good for both the inmate and the animal. And of the 5 dogs that we've sent up there and we've funded, 4 of them are now out in the community in homes. Regular dogs. So some of the things we've been able to do, I'm really proud of.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any other questions for our friends right now? Okay, before I call up the police chief, it's been well over an hour. I'd like to take a brief recess and then come back with further questions from the body and some deliberation. So thank you. Well, thank you, everybody. We'll get going in just a minute here. All right, appreciate your consideration on the restroom break. Tor says you just judge it by how much of his pitcher he's drank, and by that it clearly looks like it was time. Thank you, Police Chief, for coming forward. I'm sure the Assembly will have some questions, as do I. So I guess since you kind of heard the question previously, let's just jump right into it. And that is, in your estimation or in your ruling, why are Friends of the Animal Shelter not allowed in at this time?
Sure. First, I want to say we definitely appreciate the volunteers. They've been involved in the shelter since its inception. Where we are today has been something that's been building up for probably about a year since we've pretty much had animal control officers. I believe that FOSA came in, they discovered what the position was about and they made it happen. I didn't take a whole active role in that. They just kind of made it happen and they worked with my staff. I think as we got an ACO, that the delineation and the clarity of what each did overlapped, and there was conflicts related to that. I think the other aspects of that is there was some accountability issues. I'll get into details if you'd like that in a minute. Security and indoor and outdoor security, personal safety issues, and financial responsibility, fiscal responsibility. And as far as the accountability, for whatever reason, there were animals being taken in without ACO knowledge, animals being released without ACO knowledge, animals disappearing from the shelter without ACO knowledge. So it was a big concern. It actually became a real big issue a couple months ago when a resident believes that his cat was lost within the animal control facility. I'll agree with Dusty, no ill intent, but doors being left unlocked, open, windows being open, that is creates a security issue for the facility. Same with the inside. Times in past, we've had drugs in the facility for euthanization purposes and stuff. We've moved them out for security purposes at this point. But as we get personnel trained up, there's no reason they shouldn't be back in there under lock and key. Some of the issues with security as well is because the shelter had been operating so long, there's been a lot of volunteers involved. And I believe over the years, we noticed that some people had keys, some people we didn't even know were volunteers because they'd been volunteers so long, I guess, but they would show up and didn't know who some personnel were. That doesn't mean they weren't volunteering in the process. It just means our ACOs didn't have any accountability for the people coming into the shelter. And I said personal safety. I believe that there's two features to that stand out. One is, I know in one instance, ACO was taking care of duties. A person let themselves in the back door and mentioned that the key code was given to them, and then they demanded their dog back. Other safety issues, if we have an animal that is deemed dangerous or vicious, a dog that's bitten someone, then the need is to isolate them and keep them away from the public and not have people having access to them for safety purposes. And then last thing I'd mention was fiscal responsibility. There was crossover in duties that FOSA or volunteers were taking animals to the various clinics. Procedures were being done without our knowledge or procedures that were above and beyond what we would have considered basic needs. So it was kind of a long run, and I think FOSA and the police department aren't far off. We both agree that this stems a bit from our laws not being strong enough. I think that we can get to a reasonable outcome to this. That was the reason why the shelter was closed, to try to come up with that outcome. Circumstances prevailed, and unfortunately, I haven't had access to my ACO for a period of time. So the goal is to find a working solution and yet look at the city's better interest. And I'll also agree with the summary that we do have two separate mindsets or duties. The city by code is a animal control facility. The wishes of our volunteers is what I would call more of a humane society. I'm not opposed to that. I could tell you, I don't like euthanizing animals. That's not my, number one priority when I see an animal or anything like that. And we're asked to do a very difficult thing and execute a decision that, frankly, 99% of the public doesn't want to make and or even do. So believe me, when the police department and the ACO has to make those considerations along that line, I'm taking everything into account as far as what is in the best interest of all. And it's not a decision that is made lightly.
Thank you. My only follow-up on that, I guess if the assembly issues direction to make this work, you're going to make this work. But do you have a desire to get the volunteers back in the facility operating at a level that provides support to the mission?
As I stated, I think if we can clearly delineate duties and have accountability, I'm 100% for it. But the problem is, if we have animals in and out of the shelter and we don't know what's happening, our liability is too huge. If I have to make decision to put an animal down by euthanasia because they've bit someone, and be asked to overlook that, I struggle over it. I don't like having to deal with the fact that I know an animal came in and it bit its owner, and I'm being asked not to euthanize it. Once an animal does start biting its owner, it raises the level. So I think that very clear lines need to be established to make this work properly. Because again, we're looking at two different functions here. And before, when ACO handled all the volunteers, there's no doubt it was a handful for them. In talking to the last 4 ACOs, I know that was one of their biggest struggles in dealing with volunteer management. So I think I answered you, yes, we're interested, but I need to have our duties clearly established and understood that if we are a control shelter and we are asked to do certain things by code, that we can. Now, I'll also mention that even though we're a 3/5 day facility, we've never been there. We've never euthanized an animal at 3 or 5. For the most part, animals tend to stay in the facility months at a time. I'm currently working with a dog right now that's been in there for 2.5 months. I expect that I will be adopting that dog out by this Friday. It had issues. I'm working with the owners to overcome those issues, but the first choice isn't, contrary to belief, isn't to get rid of these animals. Considerations are definitely made, and I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Other questions for the police chief? Kevin?
So can you say, because I'm trying to get my head around all this, when you say liability, what like liability issues? You're talking about insurance and things like that, or liability to be sued?
Yeah, I think to be sued, or for example, if we bring a person's animal in the shelter and we lose it, I think they might have a civil claim that we're negligent in care. I believe that if I allow a vicious animal out, that someone, we know anybody can sue for anything, but potentially someone could sue for us letting a vicious animal into the care of someone else knowingly. Those are considerations I do consider. Now, they may not be number one, but they're up there. I think that having unknown people in a facility opens us up to liability if they, let's just say something as basic as a trip fall, or an unknown person who hasn't received training, reaching in a cage, getting bit, any number of things. There is liability involved.
So just one follow-up question. So we've had friends or helpers for a while. Was that an issue back then? I'm just trying to figure out the change between past and present.
Sure. I think that the fact that we had longer term ACOs prior to, they were dealing with business, and it didn't come to my knowledge of what issues we might have had. Now, whether they were issues, I don't know at that time, but once FOSA took over and we ended up with ACOs, we had to relearn those duties. And so therefore they became very apparent. And therefore in relearning these duties, I had to become more involved in finding out what they were and giving guidance to the ACOs on interactions and things such as accountability, the intake and disposition of animals.
So this might be a question for John or something, but as far as I know, there's liability of, and I know I'm not trying to bring this down and be cold, but and I support the animals. I want them to get taken care of, but we also as a city have to be careful because we're representing all residents here. It's just more of a statement. And so, for me, liability is a big deal. But haven't, so I guess I understand the liability about, letting an animal out or something like that or whatever, but what about like tripping or like a volunteer tripping and that kind of liability? Hasn't that been covered in the past, or did we have insurance for that or?
Yeah, we do have insurance, and there's also workman comp. So I'm not trying to overinflate liabilities.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my mind around the difference between past and present. I mean,
Mayor, I don't know if this is necessarily going to answer the difference between past and present, but other areas where we use volunteers, we have background checks and more or less signing personnel orders saying that I say employees with air quotes because volunteers have very specific responsibilities. So there's liability that the chief mentioned, but there's also Department of Labor concerns. You cannot use volunteers to replace paid work. The Department of Labor can look at that and say you're trying to avoid paying people or avoid paying people overtime, and you're covering that by using volunteers. So being able to know who's there, what they're doing, when they're doing it, it kind of helps us with making sure those lines are pretty well established.
And they do go through background checks, right?
Correct, they do, but as the chief was saying earlier, there were some that we didn't know who they were, or others coming in at times they didn't know, and we didn't have that definite knowledge that those were the folks accessing the building, because who knows how many keys are out there. And as chief said, that one person who I believe was not a volunteer came in and said, I want my dog back, but that person had the code that was only given to volunteers.
Scott? Chief, since the volunteers weren't allowed in the building, how many critters didn't make the final cut, or actually did make the final cut for?
When I started taking over the duties of caring for the animals, there were 5 cats in the facility. There were 4 dogs. We adopted 1 cat out, and 4 didn't make the cut. As you say, they were long-term cats. And I believe at least 1, maybe 2 were feral, but not to the extent where they would attack you at home and kill you. The dogs, there were 4 dogs. 2 of them were quite elderly, and unfortunately they had health issues. They would defecate in their bedding daily, and they did not make the cut. The other 2 dogs that were in there, they both have been adopted out. 1 had issues and returned, and I'm working with that person to get it back to them. We've had at least 3 animals that were at large that came to the shelter and been returned. And yeah, that's it.
Chris? I guess kind of getting a second part of the first question that Stephen asked. What led up to FOSIS being denied access to the facility is, once that happened, was FOSIS made aware, and why, that they were denied access? Because it seems like there are a lot of public comment. Maybe that wasn't the case, or maybe it's lost in translation here. So I just wanted to pose that question to you.
I don't want to throw my ACO under the bus, but it kind of happened organically, and I was notified later. And I will say that once we discussed it and talked about all the reasons, I agreed with the ACO and supported that decision. By the time that that occurred, I believe all the volunteers already knew. I think it was already circulating within their chat groups, and I think a few emails.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for the police chief at this time? JJ?
Similar question to what I asked the Friends of the Shelter, the Friends of the Sick Animal Shelter. Is there any documentation that you guys have from the police department side beyond the code and state law that helps guide the operations of the shelter?
As Fosa mentioned, there's the volunteer guide. Honestly, I wasn't aware of that until an earlier this year meeting with Fosa. I believe that might have been in May. They provided it to me. It looked pretty comprehensive, well written. And then within our system, we have forms that the ACOs use to handle intakes, adoptions, that type of thing. Throughout the building, I believe they've decided that the best means of communication is whiteboard and notes on cages. And I think that's it. I believe there are some smaller, I guess, write-ups of duties. One would call them maybe a SOP, not a full-blown manual like a operation procedural manual. So there are some SOPs as well, but it's not comprehensive. It's something that I had been working on with the last two ACOs. They were gracious enough to start it when I asked them to, and it's a more comprehensive one was and is in the works.
And does that involve adoptions and what to do with surrendered animals?
What was the second part? Adoptions and what?
Surrendered animals.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't tell you the details of it right now as we sit. I'm sorry.
Yep. So in 8.05, 140, the reports or records section of the code, it talks about all of what, there's 6 items there, but adoption records aren't part of that because there's that kind of nebulous, like, does the police department adopt out animals? Is that something that there are records for going back?
There are, although upon my review, they seem to be kind of sketchy. Like, I see some that go back to 2021. And I know that FOSA has records for the period of time they were operating. And then since the current ACO, I've directed from the beginning that those records be kept, and there was some other data that I kind of wanted to track as well. So added on to.
Thank you. That kind of helps piece this together. Some questions about the financial side of things, because, the assembly, we do policy and the finance decisions for the municipality, and while looking at, our liability and legal risk. How does the special revenue fund titled pet adoptions, how does that work?
I am so sorry I can't give you a good enough explanation.
John's got your
I defer to John. I'll just say this: I rely on my administrative assistant for that.
I'm gonna laugh a little bit here because Melissa Haley caught me during the break and said, I can't imagine any reason why they would need me here right now. So if you're okay with it, I'm gonna go. So, but as far as the pet adoption fund goes, that fund exists for receipt of donations and then spending out of that fund for shelter operations. That's another one of those weird, where do we go here? General fund or adoption fund. One's for shelter, another one's for the control operations. The licensing, those sort of things, those are fees that would be collected in city operations. And I know Melissa's not here, but I'm fairly confident in saying those would generally go into the general fund like a parking ticket fee would.
Thank you. That helps. What about previous leases out of the building? Would those have gone to pet adoption or general fund?
Yeah, that's a general fund thing. The pet adoption fund, that fund 113 is strictly donations and shelter activities.
That's helpful. That might have been why this piece of paper doesn't make so much sense. It was the last time I had a printed budget, and this is from probably 2 years ago. And there's a line that says revenue, use of property and investments, and then there's a number here, but it kind of goes away in later columns. So that's helpful to understand why perhaps we started budgeting more and more money to support pet adoptions, but there wasn't the same amount of money coming in.
Short question for you, Chief. So I think one of the reasons why there's so many people here is a lot of the volunteers want back in to the building because they like coffee with cats. And so in your mind, what would be the best way to make that happen in an expeditious manner? I mean, what would have to happen? I mean, all the volunteers have been through training. Do you need like a list and security rules that they sign before they come back in? Or how could we get them back in the building and how quickly?
Sure. I like I believe it was Dusty suggested changing out locks. There's a mishmash of different lock systems in there. I think that accessibility to certain areas for certain people could work. I believe that I would want a comprehensive list of volunteers. I think that even though we've vetted them in the past, someone who has been volunteering for the last 40 years isn't necessarily in our system. And perhaps maybe only comes in once every 6 months. They could come in more, but you get what I'm saying. So I'd like a comprehensive list of volunteers. I'd like to know their skills, their availability, and start working with that. And of course, some of that need is based off of the population at the shelter too. And I think that this year has been pretty low on numbers for animals. And I would need to know that they're available at different times, basically the time frame as well.
So would you envision the ACO doing that scheduling or working with FOSCA to do that scheduling? I mean, this doesn't strike me as something that would be that complicated, honestly. And it's not, guys, hey, look, come on, guys, don't.
So
Yeah.
for those in the audience, we had an opportunity to sit through Friends of the Animal Shelter with little interruption. We've run the meeting a little more loosely tonight than I typically do. However, this is an opportunity right now for the police chief to give his statement. I've heard quite a lot of comments in the background that I don't necessarily appreciate being able to hear from up here. So I'd ask your respect in hearing both of the sides while the assembly goes forward in their process to make this better for not only the animals, but the people who are here in the room tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I mean, so I'm just saying that it strikes me that we could come up with a list, and I'm asking what would be on that list. And I keep saying you need a full list of the volunteers, a tightening of security, whether, whatever, changing that locks. What else would you envision seeing that happen?
I think a meeting with volunteers would help to kind of see what their input is. That's all I can think of on the top of my head right now.
Thank you.
Kevin?
So Chief, I'm glad Tori started asking those questions. I don't know if it's happened yet, but I mean, I personally think it's more of a statement that an in-person meeting with some of the FOFSA people, Chief Beatty, John Leach, ACO, to kind of hash this out and talk about it. But before I suggest that, has that happened yet? Like, have you all been sat in a room and tried to work it out together?
We sat together and developed this MOU together, MOA, I don't remember which one it is. Since then, the chief is the administrator of that MOA. I can't speak to what communications he's had with them. But since this, I'll call it an incident, I did reach out to Christina, and her and I had the opportunity to speak almost 2-3 weeks ago, probably. And kind of, that's how we're here, is we understood there was some differences and some confusion, and trying to find out really what the community's desire is, and then how we can get it figured out to meet everybody's needs.
Okay, because it strikes me that since they've been locked out, it would be very good for all parties, not being to all the friends, but representatives of friends, John, Chief, ACO, to meet and try to figure that out. That's step one. And I think you guys can do it. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, anything. We all have jobs to do and things that we need to take care of. So my thought would be that you guys get together and try to figure some of these things out, because we can't go through the logistics right now, right here, of hammering out all the details. You know, from what I've heard, the friends have brought up some good points. I think the chiefs brought up some good points. The biggest one for me is liability. We have to be very careful with that, because if we're sued to the tunes of, a lot of money, that affects all residents. So in my mind, I would want that locked down, but I definitely would like personally for every opportunity to get the friends back in to be made if possible. That's my state. That's what I was saying. I don't really have a question for you.
Tor, more for the chief, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was kind of waiting to go off, a little bit. I would go along the same lines as what Kevin was saying. I remember bleeding over a little bit into the discussion, but I was thinking something not exactly like it, like we did with the ATV legislation, where we got the relevant folks in the same room and we got a piece of paper on the wall and hammered out. But I think you're right. This is not the place to actually make policy decisions. It's getting the right people in the room and maybe facilitating that discussion.
Anything else for the chief while we have him up here? We can always call him back as well. Thank you, chief, for your time this evening. That gives us an opportunity to continue our discussion. We can also call forward anyone else who we may want to hear from tonight. I think what I've heard from our discussion tonight is this assembly is desirous of getting Friends of the Animal Shelter back into the animal shelter. I think we've identified multiple deficiencies on both sides of the table, and I think that a lot of notes have been taken on those from those who would potentially work on this. So I think it is possible to get them back in. I also see the MOU as an extreme sticking point here. The MOU previously written doesn't work for our current situation. It may have worked back in the past. So I think a new MOU is most definitely in order, getting that in front of the interested parties and seeing how we get them back to work. Because as Tim stated earlier, it's a timeliness issue. I don't think we have a year to wait on this issue in order to make this happen. So a new MOU is a quicker step where we can get some people back to work. While I think this assembly, in conjunction with the community, needs to decide if we run animal control or if we run an animal shelter. That is part of the discussion tonight, and in going forward in the future, because I think once we get to the point of working on code, that is going to have to be very clearly delineated. So a section of code that is outdated, we'll need to do some work on that based off the will of our constituents. Is definitely a longer term part of the plan this evening. So from what I've heard, I think everything is doable. And I think the assembly can issue that direction tonight to continue to start working on those things. So I'm encouraged by what I hear. I think both groups are willing to come to the table. And I think that's a huge part of what our job was tonight, is to get people at the table. And we most certainly did that. We most certainly saw the overwhelming public support. And I think that's going to play into our decision too of, do we run animal control, or do we run a shelter, or do we contract out for running a shelter? Because it would seem at this point that there is some desire for that. Desire normally comes with budgetary constraints too, and I'm concerned about that in the long term. So there was a lot talked about this evening. I have a lot of notes. I have a lot of notes that are scratched out. I have some notes that are highlighted. So thank you for everybody who contributed to this discussion tonight, because I came into this not knowing all the facts, knowing a side here, knowing a side here. And I've heard quite a bit, which has allowed me to come to a point where I think we can most definitely move forward, and I'm excited to. So that's where I see our discussion sitting tonight. You guys have, guys and gals, people have other contributions. Scott?
Just a question for John. They mentioned earlier about a confusion between the Department of Labor and volunteers in the Department of Labor getting chapped because volunteers are doing work. Isn't there like a differentiation between an animal control officer and the Humane Society? And the Friends of the Shelter? I didn't understand what you meant by a precautionary deal about volunteers cutting in on wages.
I'll put on my lawyer hat. Is that okay? No, you can't use volunteers to replace paid staff duties. So I'm not saying we can't have volunteers doing volunteer activities at the shelter. But if we have volunteers that are used to supplement ACO duties that are a job within the city, then I think the Department of Labor is going to have some questions. That's why we got to keep those lines clear. Did I get it close to right?
Yeah, I agree with what the mayor said. You got it. You summarized it right. The only thing I would ask is that Friends of the Animal Shelter, if you're going to do outreach, we've kind of delineated what we need to make a decision as a community. But I would think it might be helpful if you guys in your outreach I don't know if this is even possible, try to find the level of funding, because if a decision is made by the community that they want to run not just the preventative or the maintenance of a shelter, but to a care shelter, that does come with budgetary issues, as the mayor said. So what's one person's idea of appropriate budget may be different from another's. Because when you're talking about, if you're talking about additional staff, that kind of brings it to another realm. Because not all members of the community might not want to spending another staff. I don't think you're asking for another staff person, and it's hard to fill them anyways. All I'm saying is, as we go forth and try to find out what the community wants, it's not just if they want the animals to be cared for, it's how much we're willing to spend. That should be part of the long-term plan. That's all I mean. So.
Sure.
Yeah, I see this as what we do in the short term, medium and long term. I think in the short term, we want to get volunteers back in there. And I think the way to do that is to facilitate with representatives of Friends of, let's call them Friends, and the police and the administration to lay out, the police would have the things they've got to have, like the list of volunteers and make sure that everybody's been trained. And I don't think that that is insurmountable. And again, I think whether, I know we did it, we've done it in other things where we basically get everybody in, or representatives of everybody in the room, and we help facilitate that, talk it out. And I think that it might be good to have the assembly lead that, because, or a group of assembly members, in kind of like Dave and I did with the ATVs. We're kind of a neutral body, but at the same time, we're, that way the chief would know if the assembly as a whole signs off on it, we know that it's going to be coming down to it. Medium and long term, you're right. We've got to rewrite the code. And the way, I looked at the kind of the different options to us, and I could see it where we start with 3 and move to 1 over the years. If that makes sense? I mean, and I think that by doing that, we get an idea of what 1 would look like by working at 3 for a while. Because then we would develop with clear roles and responsibilities. The Friends of the Animal Shelter would know what it would look like. They would know what they would have to ask for from us. And you're right, we have to decide whether or not we're running a shelter. I almost think we have to. I mean, I think that it's something that the vast majority of people in Sitka expect us to have some sort of a shelter. I think the most efficient way to do it for us is to have probably Friends, because they're already in place. If we tried to do this as a city on our own, it would be prohibitively expensive. But I think that we could move that way. But in the meantime, I think we need to get volunteers back in. And I think we got a pretty good list from the chief on what he would need to see to do that. So, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be messy, but that's okay. Pets are messy.
Jim? I'm comfortable with a lot of what I've heard tonight from everybody, people at the table here. I think an MOU is a first step. So I like the idea of a meeting, but an MOU makes sure everybody knows exactly what their roles are and exactly what their expectations are. And it lays it out in such a way that we don't have arguments later. And it communicates clearly with everybody. So I think for me, a new MOU is probably the first step before and it doesn't have to take a huge amount of time. I think as an interim step, getting people back in, but I think the new MOU is very important. I think we've been running a care facility for quite a while now. And I think, as a Sitka solution, I think we've been doing that. I think our code doesn't reflect it. Our code is very clear that we are responsible for the animal control portion of this. And the care portion has been something that's evolved over time and has been allowed to evolve over time. So I'm not sure that we haven't got essentially what we're doing could work as it has been in the past. So, I don't know that, the city necessarily has to step up and take the responsibility for the care side. It sounds like Sitka as a community is ready to do that. So, let's leverage what people are already willing to do and capable of doing and have been doing. And I think you're right, Tor, it's a messy process, but Sitka has always been good at figuring out messy processes and making them clearer. But there are a few pieces in there, the MOU being one of them, which will help delineate for everybody exactly where everybody stands. So for example, who's responsible for scheduling the volunteers? Like if we take that off the plate of the ACO and put it on the plate of the volunteers to make sure they schedule that properly, that could work for us. So I guess what I'm saying is, let's make sure we're real clear what we're doing, but maybe all that it's going to take at this point in time is that to get us started. Maybe down the road, we want to have a different conversation about the support from the city in terms of the care facility. I'm not suggesting that we are not responsible for that or wouldn't be interested in that, but let's make sure that we don't also remove from people the opportunity to do that.
John and then Kevin.
I just have one more thing I need to add, just to clarify something I said in the very beginning of this process. because I talked to Dr. Wolf during one of the breaks. I made a statement that that the Sitka Animal Hospital, I implied that they were running the shelter, and that's not the case. And I implied that they left to start a private practice. Sitka Animal Hospital has always been a private practice. They were just leasing a space from us for that use, and then they moved to a different location, still providing the same services. But I didn't want that to come across as I implied that they were there running a shelter for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, when I suggested, or that I'm suggesting that, the leadership get in a room of all parties, I would prefer that happen first before the assembly tries to get involved and kind of massage an MOU. I think it's their responsibility to try to figure out some of these sticking points and then come back to the assembly with general options. So I think what I'm trying to say is I think staff needs to work with the Friends to try to figure something out in the near term.
Chris?
I don't really have a whole bunch to add here, other than, I definitely support the way this discussion is going. This is a two-part process. There is a short-term part that I think needs to be addressed soon. That probably is getting all parties in the room and having a discussion and seeing how we can move forward to get the volunteers back in the facility. And then the long term is we as a community and as a body need to figure out what is the future, what does the future look like? Is this a care facility or a control center? And what role does the city have in the future? And yes, that is a longer process, but I think we've all kind of already been going down this road with our discussion. I just wanted to say that I definitely agree with that, but I do want to see the volunteers get back into the facility as quickly as possible.
JJ?
A general question to the group: can that long-term process happen in conjunction with the short-term, or does the short-term have to happen and then the long-term, like what is the future starts? So I think there's a time frame here where they can kind of work in conjunction, because it's a bigger community conversation. What does this look like going forward? That involves the entities for the short-term MOU, but as well as everyone else. And I think I've heard some of us say that we want to see the Friends group decide and do that legwork on, what would that, full-time, what would the expenses be? I'm not sure that that's their responsibility. I don't know if a task force is the right answer, or if we just kind of, hey, someone start a Zoom and do it organically, similar to other coalitions in this town. But someone, and I'm not sure that that's Friends, needs to start to guide or track this long-term path. Any interest on that?
To me, the short-term MOU kind of helps guide where the long-term plan is going to go. I'm interested in seeing the short-term MOU happen in an expedited manner so that we can get someone back to work. That doesn't mean it can't change as it develops, but something that more clearly lays out guidelines for both parties. So Friends isn't overburdened, and police department can maintain security of their facility. I did hear Tor mention him and Dave, and sounded like he kind of volunteered for.
No, I was exactly what I was doing.
So I think that's an opportunity. If Tor and an assembly member or two wanted to get together and spearhead something like that, it would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree. And I think obviously we need such a meeting the MOU would come out of it. But honestly, the old MOU is not completely terrible. I mean, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of, I'll call it boilerplate, for lack of a better word, that's already in there. It sounds like we just need to have some more, update it. So it shouldn't be that heavy of a lift. And I'd be more than happy to try and set up something like we did with the ATV thing. And I knew that when I said it, I was setting myself up for that. But it worked out really well there. And I became, I haven't always been a big fan of the guided collaborative process but that meeting, it worked. And we took people who were mad. And at the end, they got up and said, yeah, we got an agreement, so it's doable. And so I think we get an MOU hammered out, and then somebody else actually write it. And get them back and get the volunteers back inside. And that'll buy us some time to work on the long-term stuff. And you're right, that a lot of the long-term stuff will become obvious with that.
Chris?
I guess I do have a question as looks like we're going to work on an MOU here. This, I guess, kind of helping with that discussion. I'm foreseeing some potential issues between the parties that maybe they're going to ask for something that doesn't follow our code. How do we want to move forward with that? Do we want to not pay attention to the code, change the code? Maybe that's a question for John. I don't know. I mean, how do you move forward when one party wants something different in the MOU than what our code currently allows?
Yeah, I wouldn't advocate for not following code, but code can be changed in a couple meetings. And I think a month and a half timeline fits pretty well in this process. It may be a little delayed, and maybe there's an addendum to the MOU once things can change. But that would be how I would see this going forward. Rachel?
I just wanted to add that I think a lot of the trouble here that's making the situation really confusing is that there are gaps in the code. So it's less, that the MOU is going to conflict with the code necessarily. It's more likely that it's filling in some blanks. That actually gives us an opportunity to fill in those blanks in a tangible way, see if it actually works on the ground before we start adopting those gap fillers as code.
Yes, good insight. Thank you. Anything else from the body at this point? John, do you have some direction moving forward here? Do you understand the will of the assembly?
Absolutely. I want to thank everyone for the meeting. I know this was a long item. I think this is a very worthwhile discussion. I hope you all feel the same way. I hope the public feels the same way, but I think it's a discussion we needed to have because now we can get moving in the right direction.
So, and if we can get logistics here, figure out a time to get them a room and get some paper, and who wants to come play? Don't everybody jump up at once. I know it's dogs.
Yeah, if someone's interested in helping Tor facilitate a meeting to figure out community desires on animal shelter, reach out to him, and you guys can work with Sarah in order to help schedule rooms here in Centennial Hall for that. I appreciate the effort on that. So as part of this, I understand that there are probably a lot of you that want to address the assembly as well. Procedurally, as no motion was made, that there is no opportunity for public comment during this item. I would indicate, though, that in just 2 more items, there is a persons to be heard. That is any item on or off of the agenda. So you would all have an opportunity to address the assembly at that point. So if you're wondering why I haven't called on you yet, that is the reason here, and giving you an opportunity to address the assembly if desired further along in the meeting. So that concludes our discussion direction on an animal control facility for item I. That would bring us to item J this evening, discussion direction decision on rescheduling the 2 regular December meetings. As in our packet, There are a couple conflicts on our December 10th and our December 24th meeting. So Sarah has brought that forward for potential rescheduling if the assembly is desirous. Sarah, do you have some more on that you could add?
No, not much more other than to say that the two regular meetings are scheduled for December 10th and December 24th. Our charter says that the assembly shall meet regularly at least twice in every month. Our code references that the meeting shall be held on the second and fourth Tuesday of each calendar month. So knowing that there's going to be a substantial number of staff that would normally be at these assembly meetings, and then also assembly members that will be in Anchorage for the week of, I guess it would be December 9th. And then we have the Christmas Eve holiday on the 24th.
So, oh, sorry. I'm just looking at the calendar here. It seems like the best thing from my opinion, and I'm not like married to any of this at all, but December 17th is a Tuesday. Basically, we could make the first meeting then. All we're doing is pushing it up a week or back a week, whatever. And then rescheduling the December one to December 30th, which is a Monday instead of a Tuesday, because Tuesday's New Year's Eve. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe the 17th and the 30th.
JJ?
That works for me.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was at too. I originally thought we would just shift Tuesdays to Tuesdays. I don't know that I want to schedule it on New Year's Eve, though. I think attendance might be a little slim on that one as well. Any opposition to rescheduling the meetings on the 17th and the 30th? Okay, great. Sarah, do you need anything else from us on that item?
No, I don't.
Yeah, the
Awesome.
31st persons we heard might be interesting.
Be more interesting on the first.
Very quiet.
Brings us to item K tonight. So after every election, we go through the process of assigning a deputy mayor, a vice deputy mayor, and then reassigning assembly liaisons. So that process is before us this evening. So I guess this evening we would start with the assignment of a deputy mayor. We'll open that up for nominations from the body. If they have people that they would like to serve as the deputy mayor at this point.
Mr. Mayor, if I could address the assembly.
Yes, please.
It's been my honor to serve as deputy mayor the past 2 years. It's been a real pleasure. Helped me get a better understanding of leadership at the higher levels, especially when liaison with staff. But I just got elected to my third term, and I'm glad to continue serving as long as I'm able. But I think that there's other members that could use the experience who have never served in that kind of position. So personally, I would like to nominate Tim Pike for deputy mayor.
Thank you for that, Kevin. And it sounds like you're not putting your name forward. So I would like to thank you for your service as deputy mayor. This last year, especially these last couple months, you've had to stand in quite a few times for me. I'm also a little bit grumpy at you. I think you broke my record for speediest meeting, something like 27 minutes or something. So I will work to get better at that as we go forward. But just thank you for filling in my absence. I do appreciate that.
Thank you to the body for having me.
Tor?
Yeah, and I thought about this a little bit, and I would like to put myself forward for deputy mayor, partially because a big reason why is there's a very good chance this is my last year on the assembly. It'll be 15 years. And I don't know if I'm going to run next year, but there's a pretty good chance I won't. And there's no guarantee I would win. And I would like to end it on that. I believe as of Tuesday, I've been on there longer than anybody. And I like the idea of ending it with that. And if that's what happens, I don't really know, but that's my thought on that. I have done it before. So we don't have to print cards, but I would like to be able to do that one last time before I'm done.
Thank you. And I realized I forgot a spot. As you did put your own name in the hat, I'm assuming you're accepting the nomination. Tim, would you be accepting of a nomination?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Other nominations from the body for deputy mayor? And then we have the option here tonight. We can either we can vote on a secret ballot if necessary. I don't find it to be as such, but if the assembly is desirous of a secret ballot, we have that opportunity to elect our deputy mayor that way as well. If not, Sarah would just ask us our vote and we would go forward with that.
Sorry, and I just wanted to, Tor, I just want to address this because I'm going to favor Tim for that. I don't know if this is going to be your last year or not, but it's been an absolute honor to serve with you. And right here, we get a lot of insight as we talk about stuff. The reasoning behind me choosing Tim is he's newer on the assembly. He hasn't had a chance. And my motivation for not doing this is to give other people a chance for more training and longevity.
Anything else from the body before we vote? Sarah, on deputy mayor, please.
All right, so the nominations on the floor are Tim and Tor. So when I call your name, if you'll please state the individual of your choice. Mayor Eisenbeis?
Tim.
Mr. Mosier?
Tim.
Mr. Christensen? Mr. Yestad?
Tim.
Mr. Pike?
I'll vote for myself.
Ms. Carlson?
Tim.
And Mr. Celine?
Jim.
All right, Tim, you are the deputy mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim and Tor, for being willing to serve in that role. I do anticipate quite a few absences again coming up at the next meeting, actually. So welcome to your new role. That would bring us to a vice deputy mayor, if there are any nominations from the body.
I nominate JJ.
JJ, would you accept a nomination?
Yes, because training is the goal.
Thank you. Other nominations from the body? Congratulations, JJ. That's how it goes.
Well, thank you.
Brings us to the most fun part of the evening, the liaison nominations. So typically in the past, we've just gone down from the very top, just rolled all the way down and found at a minimum a primary and potentially a secondary liaison for some of the boards, commissions, and committees that we are required to have some on there. Just because you've served on it doesn't mean you have to again, and just because you haven't served on it doesn't mean you can't. So just I guess start at the very top of ones that need a liaison, and that is Gary Paxton Industrial Park Board. Right now it is currently Yestad and Christensen. Is there any volunteers for that one?
I'd like to stay on as primary, I guess.
I'm happy to be his backup unless somebody else wants it.
Sounds good to me. Moving on to Health Needs Human Services. Right now it's Carlson and Mosier.
I'm fine with keeping that. If the group.
Same.
Thank you. Also, if someone else wants a role too, I'm going to assume when people ask for it that they're on there. If you have an interest in that, speak up as well. I want to hear your voice as we go down, not just taking everybody who was currently in the role. So Historic preservation, Carlson and Celine.
Tim, do you want, or sorry, Scott, do you want to be one? I'm just thinking in advance that we have an upcoming commission for tourism. And if we need to, I may need to have some availability for that. So would you like to be the first?
Sure. Okay, primary Celine, secondary. We can always come back to that as well. Investment committee meets as needed. It's Christensen and myself. Happy to swap out primary and secondary if you want. Have you gone to one yet? Or did they have any?
We haven't had one in a while.
Okay.
We haven't got a forum.
So yeah, let's just swap out on that. As I indicated earlier, I'll be gone a bit, so we'll probably relying on you. Library. Right now it is Celine and Pike.
I'll stay secondary on that.
Works for both of you. Okay. Local emergency planning, Mosier Christensen.
I could continue doing that. Tori, do you want to take primary?
I'm willing to do it. Yeah, unless somebody wants to.
Okay.
You want to stay primary, secondary, or swap for this one?
It's up to you.
You stay the way it is.
Okay. Parks and Recreation, Mosier Yestad.
I'd like to continue on that, but if someone else wants it, I mean, it's okay.
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 Planning and zoning right now is Christensen and Yestad, probably the busiest.
Yeah, I
liaison
like
needs.
doing that one. And there's some projects we have in the works that I very much want to continue to be involved with. So.
Okay. Secondary or?
I'm fine with secondary.
Okay. Police and fire, Pike and Mosier.
I'm willing to keep going.
Yeah, I can keep going.
Ports and harbors, Yestad and Celine.
I'd like to stay primary just because of some of the projects we have going on.
Like no summer meetings are rather conducive to your schedule as
It's a little
well.
helpful with my work schedule.
It works, so. Scott, are you okay?
Historical preservation is the second item.
Okay, is there someone else who could be a backup on Port and Harbors?
Yeah, I can be a backup on that.
Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. Sustainability Commission is Mosier and Christensen.
Want to swap?
Sure.
Okay. Well, especially since you just took another one there, so.
And tree and landscape, Celine and Pike.
I can keep doing that. Same.
Yes.
Thank you. The informational ones, CETA. Tori, you want to swap on that one as well?
Sure.
Okay. Sitka Tribe of Alaska. In my role here, I've tried to fill that. I would appreciate the ability to do as such. I would also appreciate a backup on this one, perhaps the deputy mayor, because there were a couple this summer that I was unable to make. Communicated that with chairman.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone oppose with having the mayor sit on, or not sit on, but liaise to Sitka Tribe of Alaska?
Negative.
Okay, I just wanted to check on that. And then school board right now is Mosier with Pike as a backup.
Do you want to switch?
No.
Okay.
Tim will continue to be a backup. Is there anyone who wants to pick primary for school board?
No, I'll do it. I just meant. I didn't know if you wanted
Yes, I see.
To switch. I can still do it. I'd be
Okay.
honored to. I was
So
just trying to give him an opportunity to switch if you wanted to.
Mayor, we have another one too, the Tourism Commission, which I didn't put on here.
okay,
but-
so tourism commission has not yet formed. We have not yet appointed members, but we know we will need a liaison for that newly formed commission. So volunteers for primary, secondary.
Do we know when they're meeting yet?
We have 4 applications.
No, I mean, what day of the week?
Oh, I don't even know if I have enough applications to bring it forward at the October 22nd meeting yet.
So I think we probably should hold off until we know what day of the week it is, because
Yeah, can we bring it back when they actually
Yep.
form?
Yep.
And we can
Yep.
work with the group to see when they may consider that and then assign a
Yeah.
liaison?
Mhm.
Perfect, thank you. Is there anything else on this that someone really wants to do that they didn't have to? Any other comments, concerns on liaisons?
I'll be second to historic preservation, so it would have just been a switch between Scotty and me for first and second.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, did you capture all that?
I did.
Did I go fast enough for you? So that you were able to scribble down notes. Perfect. Thank you, Assembly, for making that fairly painless, actually. I appreciate you volunteering additional time in addition to the time that we already provide here. So moving on in the agenda, that would bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item on or off tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual. Sorry. No, we're already past time on this last.
Good evening. My name is Austin Cranford. I just wanted to speak on the animal shelter discussion that was had. I don't know why the Assembly decided a meeting would be the correct procedure. This has clearly been an issue since April, and now we want the people that could have fixed it back in April, March, to now have a meeting, 6 months later? I brought it up with the city attorney, but the state of Alaska has several rules on the books that don't only apply to shelters, but also apply to pounds and such. One of them is the minimum standards of care under Alaska Statute 03.55.100. It specifically says food and water sufficient to maintain each animal in good health and reasonable medical care at times and to the extent available and necessary to maintain the animal in good health is required. And that is specifically also brought up in the MOU. The MOU also specifies that they were not going to be barred from the building, but they've been barred from the building since April. And within that MOU, it also says CBS has the exclusive responsibility for the management and operation of animal control and the Sitka Animal Shelter, including animal care, husbandry, adoptions, standard medical exception, euthanasia, and facility maintenance. On that last part regarding euthanasia, the city statute says unlicensed dogs will be held for a minimum of 72 hours and may then be destroyed. However, if you look at state law under 03.55. I believe it's 100, it says under paragraph D, except as provided in A or B of this section, the custodian of an animal may not adopt, provide for the adoption of, or euthanize an animal within 10 business days after the animal was taken into custody, which means the city is currently violating state law. Isn't that fun? I know when I talked to the attorney prior to her being appointed that the city of Sitka is actually wildly out of compliance with state law. And yeah, this should be something that should have been resolved a long time ago. I will be requesting the records of the so-called trespass that happened within the building, as well as the destruction and intake records for the dogs that were killed, as the chief so put it. And if those records aren't available, I'll be filing a complaint with the Department of Law since the law was not followed. And while I'm at it, if the Assembly was not aware, I have been in communication with the Department of Law since February of this year, and there is currently an active Article 5 investigation against the city. Thank you.
Anyone else, persons to be heard? Anything on or off the agenda this evening?
Jim Rogers, former ACO. I was ACO from July 2021 to July 2022 after being a volunteer at the Sitka Animal Shelter for about 4 years. In May of 2021, former ACO Ken Buxton resigned unexpectedly. At that time, the shelter had approximately 20 cats with no person responsible for their well-being. Volunteer Rhea Risman and I contacted the Sitka Police Department and arranged for us to be approved to adopt out the animals. Shortly after this period, I applied for and accepted an offer to become animal control officer / shelter manager. Upon starting the position of ACO, I quickly realized that balancing the needs of the community in reference to enforcement of ordinances / requests to capture animals, training, and performing shelter operations was unrealistic for one individual with a 40-hour work week. During this time, a core group of dedicated volunteers came together and the genesis of Friends of Sitka Animal Shelter, FOSIS, began to take shape. Early on, I had informed the Sitka Police Department that I would continue as ACO for a year and would resign in July of 2022. By that time, FOSIS had elected board members, completed requirements as a nonprofit organization, and had submitted a memorandum of understanding to the city. When I left the position of ACO, over 200 cats and 60 dogs had been processed through the shelter. Documentation for each of those animals had been filed at the shelter. This included captured animals, impounds, and surrenders. These animals received veterinary care where appropriate and were returned to their owners or adopted to members of the community. Animals were euthanized as a last resort. When I left, I was confident that FOSIS was more than capable of continuing shelter operations. My understanding was the shelter would continue at current budget levels, with FOSIS providing additional funding for those services over and above the 2022 levels. A new ACO could focus on enforcement and not get bogged down in the daily shelter operations. Sitka Animal Hospital gave notice that they would be moving from the Jarvis Street facility. This effectively meant that the Sitka Police Department or the city would be responsible for the entire cost of operating the shelter. Monies from the lease and utilities would cease. This eliminated outside revenue to mitigate the cost of shelter operations. The shelter is an important part, an integral part of the community. Citizens could count on surrendering animals to a caring environment with individuals dedicated to finding them new homes. Feral cats and kittens could be dropped off or captured with a chance of being taken care of and adopted. Animals that ran off.
Thank you. I know 3 minutes goes fast.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, Linda Benkin, Director of Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I came tonight in part because of support for the shelter. I just want to compliment all of you on the process you went through tonight to arrive at a great course of action on that. And I thought it was a very open and well-directed conversation that ended you at a very good place. I also want to raise a little bit of concern from our organization relative to the position of the Sitka Boatyard right now. As you know, it's an issue that our organization is really committed to, has been tracking very closely. We know it's also very important to this community. I'll be able to see my time. We want to make sure, as we've heard the Assembly reiterate a number of times, that the boatyard is built, designed, and operated in a way to primarily serve our local fleet, to be affordable to the local fleet, and to provide an efficient, safe, open workspace for the many talented people we have in our service sector, marine service sector here in town. We understand that the process has been opened for people bidding to operate that yard. There's been some preliminary decisions made of who qualifies and who doesn't. We have a little bit of concerns about what we're hearing of where that's going. We want to make sure that that process remains quite open and that the goals remain to run a yard that really does serve the local fleet, that we've always known it was not going to be a big moneymaker. It has to pay its way, but in a sense, it's a public works rather than being focused on a private for-profit. We're looking forward to there being a GPIT meeting where the selection process is discussed. Seems like that might be a little bit overdue, and we just urge the city to stay involved in this process and making sure your goals, our goals for construction of this yard are met. Thanks, that's all I have.
Hi, Tori O'Connell Curran. Thank you for the meeting and for the discussion. I agree with Ms. Benkin that I think the haul out and the shelter are both public works. And a community this size of 9,000 people with a working waterfront, those are just critical services. But tonight I'm here to talk about the shelter. I have lots of things to say once we get going on next steps, but in your direction tonight, I would just ask you politely to give direction to staff to make this work very soon and with respect, full respect for FSAS. The police chief seems to be holding the volunteers to a higher standard than with respect he has or his ACO has in terms of animal training. You know, these volunteers have a lot of experience with animal care, so I do not understand his concern on that regard. They have passed background checks and they have years of experience. And I would just say, you know, deciding to euthanize a dog that's pooping its bed in a shelter might be a good example of where a volunteer might have more experience there than staff. He did say at the table that he doesn't always follow code, and you know that's a discretionary thing. So I would just say, let this process work for the animals, the volunteers, and the city. Give a little grace here. I don't think, you know, putting something down in writing, maybe and expecting it to be followed, the letter of the law is going to serve us the best there. I mean, I personally believe that the city should fund a second position, but that's a discussion for a different day. And I would just say that I did go to the police department once the COVID restrictions were lifted to try and get my dog scout relicensed. And I was told by the police department that wasn't necessary. So I know it's a little bit of money and it goes into the general code, but I tried. Doesn't seem like there's a consistent policy there with the city. So thank you for your time, but it has to be, we have to, equals isn't the right word here, but honestly, we have to have some grace and respect for the real professionalism of FSAS as well. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Takoa Wolf, owner of Sick Animal Hospital. I just wanted to encourage the assembly to utilize all of their animal resources here in the community when making these decisions. We're very fortunate to have a lot of expertise right in our own backyard, and that we need to be taking advice from veterinarians, animal behavior experts, as well as public health, rather than making a room with just 3 organizations. We have experts that are right here and available for you. I also just wanted to request that you take into consideration the immediate need to resume veterinary care for these animals. It has not been provided to my knowledge for many months. That's a public health concern. It's an animal welfare concern, and it needs to be resumed, and it needs to be part of the resolution, an immediate resolution. I also just want to address the comment of a previous speaker made about the leasehold that we did have. I know that Mr. Leach did clear up the misconception, but the funds from that lease, it was my understanding, went into the general fund, and they did not fund in any way shelter operations, utilities, or any costs there. So that really isn't a solution either, is finding a new tenant. And I just want to thank you guys so much for all your dedication to this solution.
Should I click this? Is it on? Hi, I'm Allison Brazel. I've lived in Sitka for 5 years. I'm a recovering East Coaster. I love that Sitka residents care about each other. I love that they care about their animals. I really appreciate you guys like listening to everyone about the concerns about the shelter. I would encourage the police department and the assembly to consider the fact that the shelter has been run by volunteers since the 90s, and security breaches and liability is something of a new concern, it sounds like. When I was volunteering, we each had our own individual codes for the door. So if someone got into the shelter, you would need one person's code. So it'd be very easy to find out who gave someone a code. I would also encourage the police department to ask the animal control officer about her concerns about liability and security. I am personal friends with someone who spoke to the police department about her taking a cat home unaccounted for at the shelter. She said it reminded her of her childhood cat, Captain, and then the cat left her house. And she seemingly blamed volunteers for that cat missing from the shelter when it was never brought there. So I would consider everyone to think about what information we're being given. And thank you for looking into this. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kate Johnson. And I also want to reiterate that I think the Assembly did a really wonderful job tonight listening and discussing and being open about the animal shelter. And it's really appreciated. I've been a volunteer at the animal shelter for a few years. I have an animal lover at home, and she was the impetus. And then pretty soon my other teenager was volunteering. I also have helped a numerous number of exchange students volunteer at the shelter. And I was on the management committee when there was no ACO and important decisions need to be made. We also have a very loved shelter cat at our house. And I'm here to advocate for the animals in the city's care. I believe that we do need an animal care shelter, now that I know the correct word, that meets national standards, including basic medical care, vaccinations, intake exams by licensed vets, spay and neuters, and a healthy living environment. I think there's many examples to draw from, including city-run shelters that survive with the support of volunteers. I'm also advocating for an appropriate and responsible funding from the city to provide the basic care for the animals that the animals at the shelters need. And it sounds like there's willingness to collaborate between FOSIS and the city to run a humane animal shelter. And I think that we need to change the code so that this backs that up. I think this is supported by the city of Sitka, many community members. I'm not new to volunteering, and despite things that people have heard, this is one of the most responsible, solid group of volunteers I have ever been with. And I fully believe with the help of the city that the volunteers can do the work needed to help create the standards that are necessary to care for the shelter's population. I believe that the FOSIS and the volunteers are an invaluable resource to the city and for running the shelter and can help solve current problems. And I just like to propose, like it sounds like we've heard tonight, that this is a thoughtful process, that it will take a lot of manpower and time if done well. It's a complicated situation, and I don't think it should be decided in one meeting. But I think luckily we have a community that supports animals and a treasure trove of volunteers that are willing to step up and do the work. And again, I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness that I heard, and I appreciate all the time and dedication and the representation of Sitka that the Assembly members bring. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Sydney Stong, and I have been caring for the animals of this community for the last 10 years.
I started out working under Dr. Hunt at Sitka Animal Hospital when it was still connected to the shelter, and at the time the shelter was being run by Nancy Buckmaster. I then watched her transition the shelter over to Ken Buxton. I then spent many years working for Pet's Choice Veterinary Hospital and have had the honor of working with almost all of the current veterinarians in town. I've seen firsthand how vital the animal shelter is to our community and how important the people who are a part of its operation are to the well-being of our community's animals. I was deeply concerned when I heard about what was recently transpired at the animal shelter, and I was shocked to hear the police department locked out both volunteers and members of the nonprofit without any warning or explanation. It's my understanding that as of today, it has been confirmed by multiple parties that the 10 cats that were under the care of the animal shelter when the police decided to fully take over its operation were euthanized. Although the chief stated tonight there were only 5, I think it's important that transparency with the actual number and reasons behind these decisions are made public. As someone who has worked in the field, I know that euthanasia is a sad but very crucial part of what keeps an animal shelter running and sometimes is a necessary decision. That being said, I think it's essential that these decisions are not only being made with checks and balances in place, but also being made with what's best for the animals and community in mind by people who have the proper education to make these decisions. To my understanding, there does not seem to be any reasonable explanation as to why this drastic decision was made, such as overcrowding, animal welfare, or mass spread illness issues. Even in the instance of the current ACO getting injured and maybe not returning to work, the details of that I'm totally unsure of. There are over 20 plus volunteers who have dedicated their personal time to these animals. There were and currently are people in place to not only care for them, but to help them find forever homes. I think that it is crucial the shelter be run by an organization that can put the welfare of both the animals and the community before convenience. The lost, abandoned, unwanted, and mistreated animals of Sitka deserve a voice. In my personal opinion, I believe the way the Sitka Police Department locked out these groups is not only frightening, but it's dangerous behavior. Despite the discrepancies in the codes of who's responsible for what. I also think it's really concerning that SPD recently discontinued providing essential care like vaccines, spay and neuter. This poses an extreme health risk to our small community as well as overpopulation. I urge all of you to consider what is best for the animals of our community. Please make sure the animal shelter is in the hands of people who have the knowledge, the tools to run it properly. The animals that are healthy enough to be placed with new families deserve a chance at a happy and long life. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Patricia Durham. In June of 1997, I responded to an announcement in the Daily Sitka Sentinel seeking volunteers for the newly constructed animal shelter at 209 Jarvis Street. I went to the Sitka Police Department and filled out a volunteer application. A few days later, I was contacted by then ACO Nancy Buckmaster, and we set a time for training. She trained me in the care of both the cats and dogs housed at the animal shelter. At that time, there were many animals in the care of the shelter, and unfortunately, euthanasia due to overpopulation was more prevalent in those days. We volunteers had specific instructions from the ACO for how to care for impounded, lost, and surrendered animals. Adoptions and surrenders were always handled by the ACO, and the volunteers were responsible for the day-to-day care, including the cleaning of kennels and feeding. The budget for the shelter was always tight, and we relied on donations from the community to supplement. The ACO took care of any health issues regarding the animals. She relied heavily on the services of Dr. Bowder for veterinary care. The ACO and several volunteers used to host annual rabies clinics at the shelter to encourage the licensing of dogs. Vaccinations were also given at a nominal cost. This was always a well-attended event that resulted in dogs being vaccinated for rabies and getting their city-required licenses. Thanks to the strict spay and neuter policy of the shelter, the population of animals housed at the shelter decreased significantly over time. The ACO always trained new volunteers as needed and scheduled them to fill the daily shifts of caring for the animals at the shelter. If we were unable to work a shift, we were to contact the ACO and she would either find a replacement to cover the shift herself. After Nancy retired, Ken Buxton came on board as ACO, and the operation of the shelter continued as it had been. Renovations to the shelter were made to enable more long-term housing of cats, and euthanasia merely for population control was no longer necessary. Volunteers still took care of the daily needs of the animals, while Ken continued to take care of the health needs of the animals and taxied them back and forth from the veterinarians' offices. By that time, there were 3 veterinarians in town, and he alternated among the 3 as his budget allowed. Once Ken retired, Jim Rogers continued the operation of the shelter as before. Volunteers continued to assist in the care of the animals, and the ACO handled adoptions, impounds, and surrenders, as well as any health needs of the animals within a strict budget. After Jim left, the ACO position remained unfilled for about a year, and the volunteers continued to care for the animals at the shelter. The one constant in the history of the Sitka Animal Shelter is its volunteers, and there are at least 24 volunteers currently available to care for and improve the quality of life for Sitka's companion animals. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Tabitha Sutton. I'm a lifelong Sitkan with over 10 years of animal experience and care-related services. Past 2 years, I've dedicated over 200 hours annually to the animal shelter, and I'm very familiar with the ins and outs of shelter management. During the time where we didn't have an ACO, I served on the shelter management committee, where part of my duties included assisting the rest of the committee in structuring operations of the shelter to ensure its function, sanitization, safety of the facility, as well as train new volunteers on procedures. All of those volunteers that were trained were accounted for and were documented to have passed training. So as far as the comment of not having access to active volunteers, I'm unsure why. I know on several accounts, the ACO and I believe the chief were provided information in regards to shelter operations, as well as our recommendation for standard of care, which to my understanding, someone from BOSIS can correct me if I'm wrong, that information was rejected and we were told that she would be documenting her own draft of standard procedure of care. I don't have the date exactly on when this was stated. However, as it goes now, we have not received anything as far as standards of care at the shelter. As far as liability, there's concern, as it's been brought up, that medical care has not been provided. It is listed in the MOU that under Section 3 roles and functions, CBS is supposed to cover standard medical expenses, which per the Alaska state law, as well as the general Sitka city code for 8.05.100 immunization for rabies. No person shall own, keep, or harbor a dog or cat over 16 weeks of age within the city and borough limits unless the dog or cat has received an immunization for rabies. I can personally attest that there has been animals adopted out without rabies vaccinations, as well as spay or neuter, which also on the city website states in bold, all dogs, puppies, cats, and kittens are spayed or neutered before they go to their new homes. It's very obvious that this needs to be addressed, that there's misinformation in a variety of different sources. I just ask that you guys look this over, actually gather all of the information, request of documentation for euthanizing especially, and why there's discrepancy in animals missing at the shelter has only become an issue as of 2024. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Miriam Taylor. I am a registered therapist specializing in working with kids and families here in Sitka. I've been here for about 2 years. I'm also an extremely passionate dog lover. I have two really hyper husky lab mixes that my life revolves around getting them enough exercise. I'm deeply concerned about what I've heard about the state of the shelter or animal control facility. I also want to express my deep concern regarding the police department's approach to animal euthanasia. It's honestly troubling that decisions like this would be made without fully exploring all other alternatives. Especially since the 2 years that I've lived here, all I've known Sitka to be is an extremely welcoming place and an animal loving city. And I think exhausting other options would be the correct way to go about this as a community that really rallies around the most vulnerable, including our dogs and cats and other animals. I'm extremely concerned about the use of control and power in making these life and death decisions for animals in particular. I appreciate the comparison to the ATV, but in all due respect, ATVs are machines and these are living animals and cats that we're talking about. It is crucial for those exercising this authority to do so with humane practices, which I'm not sure was fulfilled in these last states of these pets. And that's really, really concerning to me. Additionally, I believe it is essential for individuals involved in such decisions to undergo a comprehensive mental health wellness exam before resuming their duties. As a mental health professional, I'm concerned about the implications of allowing individuals without veterinary professional experience to take such roles in making those critical decisions between life and death of an animal. I urge the Assembly to reflect on the potential consequences of this behavior for our community and the beloved pets that enrich my life and a lot of people's lives around me. Thank you for considering this important issue.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call a point of order about the clapping. I know we're giving leeway right now, but
Yes, thank you. As is standard practice, cheering, booing is not permitted within the assembly chambers for those testifying. That's if you are in support of what you heard or if you are against what you heard. I want this to be a welcoming environment. By the cheering for those that you support, that may prevent someone who has an alternate point of view for coming forward. So thank you for that, Kevin. And I would ask that you refrain from those activities until after we're done with our meeting tonight. And you can talk to those people who did present.
Hi there, my name is Leah Mason, and at the moment I don't have a dog in this fight, but I intend to get one. And as someone who works on policy for a housing authority, the gaps in the city code have been pretty obvious for a while because trying to base some public information on it is the devil's work. So this problem didn't start with the FOSIS, and I find probably the most concerning thing for me at the moment, amongst the many concerning things that this has raised, is the misinformation provided in the memo. It was ahistorical, and it seems to be focused on money. And I know this means a lot to a lot of you, but if you understand the intricacies of animal management for population health, you have a bigger picture on what the money gets you. And the efforts of the friends are magnificent. To run your department for a year demonstrates a certain amount of professionalism and ability, which I don't think has been recognized in this conversation. And I would like to see a much more thorough investigation of how this came to be with so little information up front and how everybody managed to be so uninformed about it. I am not going to be thanking anybody until I see a little more, I don't know, common sense. Thank you.
Anyone else under persons to be heard this evening? Any item on or off the agenda? Thank you for all of those who took your time to testify this evening. That'll bring us to reports. I'll start for the mayor's report. Had the opportunity to attend Southeast Conference. Quite a lot was presented, so I'll issue some of these in bullet points. If you have any, if you want to talk further about them, please feel free to find me afterwards. A key point for myself, Sitka ranks #2 in lifestyle satisfaction amongst the state of Alaska. One of the big concerns that came out of this presentation, that single occupancy homes are part of our housing concerns, where the couple may have been living in a home, they're no longer, and so now they're taking 2 homes as opposed to 1. And I don't think that's something that we've talked about in our previous housing conversations. There is quite a lot of money, if I remember correctly, about $470 million slated for fixing our ferries, but no indication of service upgrades from fixing those ferries. One could assume if you have a functional ferry, the service may come back, but that was not part of that conversation of the $470 million. We had lots of conversation on broadband services. Gary White from CETA was there, and he linked up with everybody he possibly could about our served status as a broadband community. Sure, we're served when the fiber exists, but when it's severed, we are very much underserved. So I thank Gary for all of his work trying to move the conversation forward on how Sitka becomes a community with redundancy. Talked about a potential way to transfer some state lands up Indian River Valley to the municipality in order to potentially alleviate some housing crunch. Our Fish and Game Commissioner understands, this was actually kind of a key part for me, but he understands resident versus non-resident fishing limits. And he also understands that the Wild Fish Conservancy is not done yet. In fact, talked about a potential Magnus Stevens Act with us having a resident limit of fishing that is not the same as non-resident, and there apparently is a group from Southern California working on potentially attacking that as well. So the attack on our fish, unfortunately, is not yet over. Invasive green crab was a massive point of conversation. While that is not here yet, I think it soon will be. I don't fully understand the ecological effects of this green crab, but Metlakatla has been doing an amazing job at trying to eradicate them in their area. But undoubtedly, if they are in the populated area, they're in the unpopulated areas as well. And then I think an opportunity for the municipality. It's called CSWA. It is a group amongst Southeast Conference working at dealing with solid waste in Southeast Alaska. They've received a Denali grant to explore options on how Southeast Alaska comes together to more effectively deal with our solid waste. So I think that is a massive opportunity, and want to reach out to our Sustainability Commission and see how we can support and work together in that effort, because I think there are some efficiencies to be found. So lots of conversations were had. Hopefully we can follow up on some of these and make them more fruitful. As I've seen in the past, we're usually pretty good at that. So, John.
Thank you, Mayor. You've covered most of everything we heard at Southeast Conference, except you forgot the part about the green crab, that they actually cooked a few of them up and they tasted like crab, but were really small and not worth a lot of the work. I attended the same sessions. I would say the only breakout that I had different from the sessions that the mayor attended was I had the opportunity to speak with some state leadership at DOT and also some Washington, D.C. leadership at DOT about our ongoing projects and some of the grants that we're working under right now, specifically focused on aviation. We talked about the airport expansion, the AIP program. And we also discussed how the seaplane base kind of opens up our access for other communities that may not have airports to be able to get here to access healthcare as a kind of a Southeast hub for healthcare. And looks like we're hosting Southeast Conference in Sitka next year. I don't really know how much we have to bid for that anymore. It sounds like it might be leaning towards just an every other year between Sitka and Ketchikan, but we will be hosting Southeast Conference here next year. And lastly, trying to take some time off. I will be out Thursday, Friday, and then through the weekend, and Sarah will be acting in my absence. Thanks.
Rachel, unfortunately, I did not welcome you earlier in the meeting. There was a couple things going on this evening. So welcome to the team. I understand this is day 2, so you probably have a massive attorney report for us, but thank you for jumping on board, and look forward to continuing to work with you. But if you have a report, we would love to hear it.
Thank you. Happy to be on board. Nothing substantive to report. Just want to say thank you to Mr. Leach, Ms. Peterson, and legal assistant Mindy Lawrence for being really supportive yesterday, today, getting me up to speed on the issues for tonight, and getting things lined out for getting up to speed with outside counsel and the rest of this week and early next week.
Great, thank you. And tomorrow they will not be as supportive. You're on your own now. Liaison representatives. Chris?
I'll try to make this quick. I sat in for Kevin today on Parks and Rec meeting. Very informative. So there was a dangerous tree across Mosquito Cove. They blasted it out of the way. I thought that was very interesting. But more importantly, Crescent Harbor restroom revitalization project is moving forward, and they're hoping for completion around the beginning of next April. And then a big change for Tong Young's cabin is the way of reserving it, which you used to have to do in person down at the Public Works office. And they're moving it to Parks and Rec, where you can start reserving it online. So it'll be a big change for how we're able to reserve that cabin, but I think will be much easier in the future. So still developing it, but it's coming online here soon.
Other liaison representatives? Sarah.
I would like to just take a moment to thank our election workers and my 2 members of my team in my office, Jess Earnshaw and Holly Bain, for their hard work during the election. Everything went very smoothly, and I could not have done it without any of them. So hats off to them.
Thank you. Any other reports this evening? Great. And Sarah, I understand our legal counsel for our upcoming executive session is no longer available, and we may need to reschedule this item.
That's correct.
Okay.
Rather than postponing, if we could just pull the item, and then I'll work with staff and JDO to figure out when they're available.
Great. As the legal counsel is not available, we will pull the executive session this evening. Please reschedule when available, and let the assembly know. Seeing no further business in front of the assembly, bring us to adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you everyone for your time this evening. We are adjourned.